Hey there. So this is episode 4. My usual thing with I was going to normally have like YouTube channel reviews. This one's going to be entirely dedicated to a particular political ideology, and today's going to be Anarchy. It's going to be a long one. Probably going to have a few piss breaks, so bear with me. We're talking like hours. So my kind of thinking behind this is that I came up with a set of questions. So this is the here. Where's the okay? So I've got a list of questions of like if you're trying to like structure a political ideologies, there's like a basic rubric that you can come up with, right? And so the intention behind this is like ultimately answering the question, what if anarchy had the, let's say, political ideology or the group of people that supports advocate for anarchy, what does it look like afterwards? We're not as like a movement or a transition. I'm talking about like, let's say hypothetically, the thought experiment is that globally, nationally, regionally, providence, state, neighborhood, everything like entirely 100% cohesive political ideology. And then, what would it be like to live in such a society? What kind of, uh, political structure does it even have, et cetera, et cetera. So, this is kind of going off the idea of the monkey's paw, thought experiment of like, it's a great book, but, the point is like, people ask for X, Y, and Z things, and then if it actually fruitioned, manifested into reality, would it be something that they actually wanted? Is what they asked for cohesive enough to if it becomes real, something that they actually want to keep, so to say. So my version, like, monkey's paw is an esoteric kind of term that, from my perspective, like a stupidity test is a great example of just like the same thing of like, give somebody exactly what they asked for. And then, would they actually like it, want it, not change it ultimately. So, we're going to go through a bunch of videos, various channels, various creators saying, okay, this is what anarchy, means to them. And then at least put it in the context of these questions. So, for example, the kind of basic like 101 political philosophy concepts. It's like, okay, and this is the generic rubric, not, particular to anarchism, but so, it asks about like decision making and, the cultural norms versus laws. Would there be laws? How would it be enforced? What kind of people need to be involved to enforce it? And then what happens if there's a deviation, a disagreement of any kind? How does a political ideology handle disagreements? And then the list goes on. The one of the key key like topics is the idea about self sovereignty of an individual, right? And unsurprisingly, anarchists go the kind of hard libertarian approach about like, well, every individual should we'll see this in the future, but like be autonomous, make their own decisions, everything needs to be consensual, and there shouldn't be kind of manipulation or coercion or anything like that. And then the list, questions go on. If there's kind of deviations of society, and then there's non-faith, like there's like dishonest or people that are trying to manipulate the system, would there be ways for those types of individuals to like kind of get some type of leverage, right? Could you fake being a victim, right? It's kind of like a, an insurance scam, right? Somebody jumps out in front of a car and then pretends to be more injured than they actually are. What those types of actors and agents, what happens to them? Do they just automatically get source of compensation, or their version of justice? And it's kind of like a stress testing of whatever system you create, that if it can't handle these kind of deviants, people, charlatans, snake oil salesmen, then you don't really have a good political system if it just like immediately erupts. And the system you created has to then become a different thing. It's like, okay, well, that's not really well planned out. So we'll talk about that in a bit. If there's going to be let's say a language, a shared language, then that's leading towards monoculturalism instead of multiculturalism. And then if you're going to have, like contracts and agreements and, consensus decision making or whatever, then you need to have, or should you have, this kind of business legalese central language that everybody, everybody can come up with their own kind of like idioms and accents and all that kind of stuff. But there, should there be a kind of one language so that, contracts and agreements, make sense in kind of the political philosophy topic about, like, if people aren't speaking the same language, is it possible to even get into like a verbal or written agreement, right? Because if two people are speaking the different languages and they're trying to hand each other like contracts that are not even in the same language, it's like, well, does if you just say, hey, go sign on the dotted line, you can't read the document, but just do it anyways, right? Then does the contract or agreement become voided because it wasn't necessarily quote unquote consensual or well informed? So we'll see how anarchists or anarchy advocates say about that. And then even if we're talking, it's going to be about like the anarchic society in whatever deviations, there's still an economy, so to say, of like goods and services. Is this, like, are people agents of their own private labor, private materials, and then are they able to trade if they wanted to, or is it going to be orchestrated in some way? And then we're going from freedom of, like, do they have this is more of a political topic, freedom of association, self-determination, liberalism. To what extent would anarchists allow, what are the limits of anarchy in regards to, starting a business, running their own operation, everything's, agreement, consensual, all of that. And then, would there be eventually hard limits? And then, if there was, what does that look like? Then, would there be like naturally formed hierarchies of, like, would there still be richer and poorer, or like more resources and less resources? Or is it like completely egalitarian? Everybody, has to share, regardless if they want to share, they still have to. It's unclear what anarchists kind of lean in the sense of like the distribution and then the kind of like social consequences of that, whatever they set up as a distribution system, whatever they set up as, the economy, the macro economy, that would it naturally just form into, a pyramid, or would it be like intentionally flattened out, so to say? And then, well, one of the major topics of like, macro politics is like, does society there, if humans are going to be involved, there's going to be reproduction involved. And, um, would there be, if at all, any laws or cultural norms about reproduction, right? So, you know, would the anarchist advocate for, every individual having, regardless of age, right, regardless of mental condition, regardless of anything, right, is that they're so going to the extreme of like, it doesn't matter what a person is. They have autonomy. They have their, every individual is able to, go into a verbal or written agreement, regardless of any criteria. I think anarchists, are going to disagree with amongst themselves of like what that looks like, what like bring it to reality. What does that look like? Would they say that it doesn't matter, or that there needs to be some criteria in order to essentially define what an adult is? And then when you have a society that does one or the other, over a period of time, is that, at least from a human population standpoint, sustainable, right? Is it a system where it can last more than one generation? Or is it a system that can, kind of self-perpetuate itself over multiple generations? What is, would they say that, like, for like America, there's this kind of like back and forth, but like obviously like there's a roughly 18 is the idea of adulthood and ability to consent, but then sexual relations between two consenting 15-year-olds or 16-year-olds. This I forgot exactly the language, but it's like there's some like Romeo Juliet laws where there's this kind of loophole, so to say, about like if it was between a 30-year-old versus a 15-year-old, the 15-year-old is not able to give consent and is considered illegal in that context. But then if it's two 15-year-olds, neither one is able to consent, but somehow it's still considered like legal. That being like hyperbolizing, but like they're technically both victims of sexual like rape or kind of harassment. And but the law says, well, if they're around the same age, and if I think it's the language more specifically is like if they're both above the age of like 13 or 14, but between 13, 14 to 18, or sorry, 17, right? Then that age is kind of a gray area of like, well, it's kind of, we don't want to discourage sexual relations, but we can't really say that we encourage it. And so we're not going to like criminalize it, but we're not, and the US, and different states have that kind of minimum consent stuff, but like that ultimately over a period of time changes the kind of reproduction norms, cultural norms, even setting aside laws that we just, America has normalized that for the most part 18 is the idea of legalized sexual relations. 18 plus is the idea of sexualized consensual relationships. And then the other parts of the world have a different idea, and then that changes how families are formed or when families are formed, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know exactly even right now what anarchists would say about this kind of not just short term, can a person make a decision, should they make a decision, but what's the minimum threshold, if at all, right? And then what are the consequences of extrapolating of like, okay, we're going to say that it's, whatever, 18 is the minimum. But then, the anarchists would be like, there's no minimum. Then, one, what does that look like? Two, if you do that over multiple generations, is that even sustainable? Right. So we'll see how that goes. Um, then there's some kind of minor questions. This list isn't complete. It's just you can see it on the screen that it's just a kind of like not nitpicking, but like poking, stress testing, political ideologies. Like really, okay, hone in on, what kind of problems could happen, and then how do these, ideologies address said problems. So, there's on the education side, there's this second generation problem. I talked about it before, but to rehash it, every first generation, right, that brings any type of change, right? Let's say, you have, grandparents that were immigrants that came over to a new nation. They were the ones who were the most motivated to make to take the risk and to appreciate the kind of culture and society that they moved into, because they experienced something else, right? And then the second generation is this problem of they're born in these let's just, for the sake of discussion, better circumstances, better lifestyles, and then they don't then appreciate that it could be a lot worse, right? So how does parents teach their kids, how do teachers teach their students about, like, why this better idea, it could be whatever, lifestyle, it could be a political system, it could be a business, it could be an organization, it could be whatever, that you know uh, the way that human nature works is that typically, if they don't experience the hardship and problems themselves, they will, they don't then like say, hey, well, oh, this thing, uh you know why is this better system actually better, right? And then the story happens all over the, with, especially with like finances. Somebody starts a business, they were the first generation to go from rags to riches. They have kids, and the kids are born into riches, right? And then the parents are trying to teach some type of like work ethic of like, this is how hard it is to run a business. And then eventually they get handed that business, and then a lot of times they just run it into the ground because they essentially didn't have to work, because the parents did all the heavy lifting to get the family to that point, so that the intention was to not suffer poverty. So how do you get the kids to then like appreciate the business that they're essentially just handed for free almost. And then that's an educational problem of like, what's the pedagogy is like a fancy term, is just saying not the contents of the what needs to be learned, but the method or delivery of wisdom, intelligence, all that stuff. How do you teach the younger generations to appreciate it without necessarily running them through absolute poverty? That's the, at least like, broad idealized version of education. So there's we go over like, it doesn't help if I can't spell. So there's a list of like human natures, at least like claimed human natures. And it goes from like, people are competitive, people are what's the idea of like intelligence, what kind of are they are people problem solvers, or are they problem makers? So here's a long list, or long enough list that I'm hoping that like each political ideology like either addresses it, says hey, this human nature, it's not true. It doesn't exist. It's made up. It's a social construct. It's not kind of practically objective. It's more subjective. It depends on the cultural context or something. Or it is real, and then here's the alternative. It is real, but here's how our again from each political ideology, how our political ideology addresses the for example, are human sapient humans competitive, right? And I think that's going to be an interesting one for the anarchists to kind of address. It's like, okay, if people are naturally competitive in status seeking, virtue signaling, avoiding negative connotations, whatever it's going to be, then, uh, are you going to try to like breed people out of it? How do you teach them to be less competitive? Or is it actually a benefit to keep the competitiveness, and you could just like somehow redirect it for the, kind of a positive feedback loop of anarchy for, that's gonna be today's example. So, here's the list. And then my, kind of metric that will be testing or kind of like qualifying, kind of rating these ideologies is that here's the kind of summarized list. So, like the top one is minimum viable population, right? So like if anarchists come up with a system and it makes everybody happy, but, for whatever mechanisms are going to exist, that somehow, some way, the population declines, right? And is that good? Is that bad? What does it mean, etc. So minimum viable population, it just is like a pure like biological science term, is that if there's only X amount of people over time, that it's no longer enough people to keep it going. So I think the rough numbers, very rough numbers, was like somewhere between like 50 to 100,000, I think, is the minimum viable population for humans. That could be, I could be, wrong about that. But, if you get the population down to like 10, right? It's, the kind of like island, deserted island scenario of like, if you just had like 10 people live on an island, how long would it last? Even if they had all the resources in the world of like, technology, food, etc., water, fresh water, whatever, like 10 people is just simply not enough. And that you're going to have, inbreeding issues, and you would have to be, in order to like the slim chance of it succeeding in any sense of like growing or even, just keeping a population of 10, you would have to like very selectively, like, forcefully say, okay, that, these two people need to reproduce and then they need to have X amount of kids, that kind of stuff. So, we're going to find out soon that anarchists aren't going to like forcefully say, okay, everyone has to reproduce, this very specific orchestrated way. But, if the population ever decreases, like kind of like a Japan, South Korea situation, it's like, okay, well, can we keep this like trajectory going, or are we going to like make it out? Like, what's the future? What is the, the consequences if you take, if you pick certain, principles within the political ideology? So, the other kind of testing metrics are environmental uninhabitability and uninhabitability, that, you destroy, you go, okay, deforestation, totally fine, just wipe out, an entire, chunk of the environment. Eventually you might run out of resources, right? You just, okay, we bred all the cows and chickens to the point that it was no longer sustainable. They're just picking up diseases. There's, kind of the blight on the environment. And then like there's no like getting back after that. It's not like you can save eggs and sperm of like certain animals to then just say, okay, we're gonna continually like revive an entire species, forever. So, there's also like the reproduction genetic strength That it, it's like, to simplify it as much as possible, of like, we, humans on average, for the, kind of modern world, um, certain genetic qualities that would have led to death, as soon as they were born, we are now keeping alive. And uh, obviously, modern science is saying, okay, if you've got, these diseases, these cancers, X, Y, and Z things, HIV, with antiretrovirals or something that would have led to death is now staying alive. And therefore there's consequences of, you just keep on doing that forever. So, for whatever the last 200 something, 100, no, 130, 150 years, give or take, that, if you had a disease, for the most part it was a death sentence. And then that's how, most people understood their lives. And then, like I said, 100 and whatever, 30 something, 150 something years, uh we, medical science is getting better and better and better, and that people are now reproducing in a very different context than it was, 200 plus years ago. So what are the consequences of, right now, there's like in vitro fertilization and, that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, well, that wasn't obviously a norm, but now it is. But, you keep doing that, of people that wouldn't have been able to reproduce are now reproducing. And now, for the first time, in all of human society, we haven't lived long enough to figure out like what that leads to, right? So there is a thing of like genetic strength, of like, yes, there's, Prader-Willi syndrome, yes, there's Down syndrome, there's, X, Y, and Z things where before, modern medicine, they wouldn't have been able to reproduce, and now they're able to. So, can we keep doing that? Can we not keep doing that? Like, what's the, outcome? Um, Next one is like, how do we handle weapons? How do we handle military, bombs and weapons of mass destruction? Like, obviously, context of like Cold War, and, the fight for, bigger and more deadly, weapons, is that, for today's example, will anarchy solve disagreements? Does anarchy address, like, how do you get over having those disagreements? And does it lead to the use of weapons eventually? Just like the natural consequences of, humans disagreeing. And that if it does get to that point of having these like weapons of mass destruction, right? Big bombs. And how do you de-escalate from that, so that the population can continue, the political ideology can continue? It's unclear right now how anarchists would de-escalate if it gets to that point, and does it even do a good job preventing the escalation part? I think that's the greater emphasis of like, it just won't get there. It won't even be an issue of having, people having weapons of mass destruction, because it won't even get to that point. I think the anarchists are going to say. So we'll see how that goes. Viral disease prevention and defense is the other topic of like, you can keep people going and people alive, but are they picking up a bunch of diseases? There's these kind of like natural fluctuations of like, diseases being created, diseases just happening. And does anarchist principles, help do anything towards like just fighting disease in general? Would it just say, oh, okay, that let things happen as it's going to, don't have, any type of mechanism to actually, slow it down, prevent it, anything at all. And then talked about resource depletion. I think that's can be doubled up for uninhabitability. And then one of the things, and that we'll talk about this more in detail, but like the idea of human obsolescence, of humans becoming obsolete in the context of the economy, more specifically, that we'd still participate in the society, that's kind of a default. But if robots, machines do absolutely everything, is that for or against anarchist principles? Is that the point? Is that not the point? Are we trying to get away from it? If the efficiency of the markets keep going, that what's the, like, how do anarchists think about the idea that humans are too expensive relative to just making a machine do everything, a computer that just does everything? What does it say about that? So these are categorized in macro, primary, like society enders. Society enders. And then those are like, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like these are 6 things where it's like, if any one of these things happen, it would end society, right? Not enough population, running out of resources, or the environment is, uninhabitable. Reproduction gets to the point where, they just don't even survive, in general. That either there's not enough medicine, not enough medical technology to keep somebody alive. And then, of course, big bombs, weapons of mass destruction that would end society. Disease by itself could end society. And then, this is the part that can be kind of argued about. But if we got to the point of human obsolescence, is that by definition the end of society, or at least could human society handle human obsolescence? What would it look like? Is it even something that, like, psychologically is sustainable in any sense? So that's that one. We could kind of argue about, of like, whether that's even a topic. But it's still important, as if you follow along. So kind of secondary systems, secondary society enders. So these are like kind of not the thing that will absolutely end society, but like contribute, eventually, slowly. So not going to go over this one by one, but just various topics that, for example, food, resource supply chain problems, kind of like the issues through COVID, that we just had entire economy infrastructure systems that were based on not having COVID, and now we had the COVID happened, that that people lost access to certain resources, and things got really expensive all of a sudden. So not necessarily would it end society, but like can lead towards it, right? Then we got tertiary ones, so even less direct end of society kind of contributions. So just picking out one that, let's see, agricultural monoculture. Maybe that's a redundant statement, but like plant monocultures that weaken their own like defense system. So like, I don't know, that you grow genetically modified corn that was susceptible to a bunch of things, like pests, but it, the kind of like biodiversity was the system that prevented, large swaths of like blight, things that just took out the entire crop. But that the genetically modified becomes such a, abundant, a prominent growing system that No one wants to buy like heirloom corn or something, like the multiple colors. And then, if all of a sudden we lost kind of, one corn source, it, eventually leads to the weakening of the economy one way or another. So again, this is going to be a long one. If you need to take breaks, whatever, I'm going to have to probably piss in like 2 hours, but this is going to be hours on hours, unfortunately. So this is a big one. And then the next kind of like test list was like what I was talking about before. It's like, how does this political ideology handle individuals? So like a second ago, it was about like broad economic kind of chain of events, or kind of industries or factors that can end society. But even at the most, and this is a micro scale, the micro stresses of like, how does a political ideology handle X, Y, and Z people? So how, for today we're going to talk about like, how do anarchists address, handle, do anything with people that are too dumb, right? And you could just kind of like overgeneralize it. Let's just, for the sake of discussion, IQs below 80, IQs below 75, roughly speaking. That's one way of doing it. And obviously you could, that's not, you can agree, disagree. That's not, that's whatever Eurocentric Western, kind of metrics. Okay, fine. Come up with whatever your, metric is. There's going to be a too dumb, average intelligence, and above average intelligence, whatever that metric, make it like culturally specific to your, beliefs. There's still going to be people that are too dumb, right? Where it doesn't matter how much, resources, social workers, teaching, education involved. They're going to be too dumb to handle, responsibilities, skill development, sending them through any type of education system. Too dumb, right? Whatever that is defined for you. How does, the political ideology address that, right? So the other, groups of or individuals is loopholes. So like people that are trying to rig the system, people that are, they're compliant, but they're following the rules, but they're kind of finding that leverage point of like reinterpreting let's say legalese so that it benefits them, right? How do we're going to try to answer, how would anarchists address people that are trying to like a bad faith interpretation of a written agreement, right? How are they going to do it? They, for the most part, advocate egalitarianism, but how, this kind of stress testing these individuals of like, you get somebody who's technically compliant, but they're trying to, find greater status by not stealing, but like, kind of rewording the language to benefit them. The other individuals are too lazy. Is everyone going to have to work, or is nobody going to have to work? Is it a redefinition of work? And then, whatever that like new definition of work is going to be, especially in the anarchist context, what if there's people that, don't want to do it? They're too lazy. There's, is it a free ride so that, why work harder? There's the other people, the professional victim, the flopper. It's like you watch a game of soccer, and somebody fakes being tripped, right? And if they make it look good, then that's an advantage to them, that they'll get, a red card sent to the other guy, and then he's, their opposition, a player is kicked out of the game, right? If you make it look really good. And so how would anarchists like address these kind of professional, very, theatrically performed victims? I think that one's going to be difficult for the anarchists to address. so the less kind of, uh serious ones, hoarders, people that just like to collect stuff. Is there going to be private possessions or private ownership? Is there a limit to that? Then there's power hungry, the insatiable, the contrarian, mischief, rabble rouser, people that just like to start shit on fire, those kind of stuff. It's like, um, it'd be great, and the context that we're going to give is like everyone's going to be in agreement, which would be a like hard monoculture, right? Everybody has the same beliefs, but then you get one person that's just wants to, have their own sense of justice, right? Well, what do you do? Um, so that's the end of that list. So now we're going to like, oh, here's the Monkey's Paw, W. Jacobs, great book. It's just a story about what if people got exactly what they asked for, but then, it manifests in a way that, they didn't necessarily like. So that's the, kind of analogy being made. So, here's the start. Okay, so Google AI, when I asked, explain anarchy, right? So we're trying to like start with kind of like dictionary definitions, and then we'll go through a bunch of videos, and then start, answering some of these questions about like what is what is anarchy. Ultimately asking the questions, okay, anarchists get complete control, no opposition, right? Everybody is in agreement. This is what we want. Here are the principles that we're going to advocate for. What does it look like? What would it feel like? What, you're born into the system, what is going to be like. I don't think my thesis right now is anarchists didn't do a great job of explaining, like boots on the ground, feet in the room of like, if take, of like a video camera, take a snapshot of anarchist space, right? What would it feel like? What would it look like? Any of that stuff, and we've never had more technology to like visualize it, right? We could say, hey, ChatGPT or Grok or whatever, saying, hey, paint me a picture, right? Make a video, write me the list of principles that could become the constitution, the law of the land for an anarchist, right? What, uh, uh, even anarchists would disagree that there would be laws. Some anarchists would disagree that there would be laws, but you could say like principles, right? Okay, fine. You don't want laws, fine. What are the principles that a cohesive group of anarchists would believe in, and then how would they go about, managing, operating, doing anything with their society? Is the ultimate question. So if you've done any, studying, that there's two very rough definitions where, one is that anarchy simply means lack of any government, any top down, any organization of any type. That's like historical, when a society collapses and there is no central, government, that's anarchy. And then obviously there's the contemporary kind of use of anarchy where, it's talking about like, and I'm like really boiling it down, non-coercive system of society. I don't even want to say government, right? That one, a state. You can't even say state. Some anarchists are going to say, no, it can't even be a state. Okay, fine. It's, some, collective group of non-coercive, uh, self-regulation, something like that's, like as rough as I can make it. There's like the two very broad definitions. So, at least Google AI is saying, let's see. Anarchy is a political theory advocating for a society without rulers, hierarchies, or state authority, focusing on voluntary cooperation, self-governance, and mutual aid rather than chaos. Originating from Greek anarchos, without rulers, it seeks to replace coercive government with free associations. So that's like leaning more towards like the second side of like just a, uh, no top-down government, but a collective, self-regulating, autonomous individuals or small groups, right? So the core concepts, as explained by Google AI: opposition to authority. Anarchism challenges all forms of enforced hierarchy, including state power, economic exploitation, and coercive social structures. Voluntary association. Instead of top-down laws, societies are organized through cooperative relationships, voluntary participation, and mutual aid. And freedom and self-determination. It emphasizes individual liberty, where individuals are free to manage their own lives and communities, and the rejection of capitalism. That one's going to be rough. Rejection of capitalism. Many anarchists argue that the state protects. Wait. Many anarchists argue that the state protects wealth inequality and advocate for communal cooperative ownership. Okay, so that one's going to be, I think that one, as soon as we tried to like hash it out, it's going to, completely disintegrate. Where, initially it was this emphasis about individual autonomy, right? And, not having whatever, a big brother with a big stick hitting you over the head. And that's, a coercive government, that, it's all about the individual and making consensual, decisions. But that, advocate for communal or cooperative ownership. Okay, so, well, is that's not the same thing as an individual being able to make whatever, their own decisions. That's like, oh no, it still has to be like a social thing. So, one of the things that I was writing up is that here's so here's the visual, 2D spectrum, and this is the one I created, probably, heavily stealing from a whole bunch of people, but my kind of version of the 2D political spectrum graph is that, there's this left to right individual liberty versus social collective, right? So the left is going, again, not American, politics left, but this is just, we're talking about this graph, that this left is towards individual liberty and the right is going towards social and collective. So right there, anarchists are kind of getting split between like, yes, it's, individual autonomy, et cetera, but, everything has to be, we're talking everything has to or can include communal, collective organization and resource management, roughly speaking. So right there, it's kind of like, okay, what are we talking about? Is it, which one's, the higher principle? Are we talking the individual is the higher principle, and then they have the, I don't know, opportunity to contribute to the collective, communal, resource management? Or is the communal higher principle than the individual, right? That's important. You can't have both exactly at the same, priority of principles. One has to be more than the other because they're going to conflict. It's like at a certain point, are you, going to take away an individual's possessions, say, okay, this is for the group now, versus, hey, you had this as a group, but ultimately, like, if people don't want to contribute, it has to go back to the individual. So the up and down is, so the top is non-oppositional. So like totalitarian, rough, like incorrect or not, like people associated with fascism, right? Of like no built-in system of opposition. You'll eliminate the opposition as much as possible. Then you go downwards and you go, it's the opposite of non-oppositional is adversarial, right? So like, for example, democracies with letting anybody, be applying to be president or mayor or whatever it is, that's a built-in system of adversarial politics, right? It's one thing to be in North Korea where there is zero opposition towards being a political leader, than compared to the USA where, technically anybody, if they wanted to, put their name into the hat of like, hey, I want to be the one in charge. And now you can have, a diversity of people competing to be intended, competition for a political office, right? So at least in this spectrum, historical or like, literal anarchy would be in the bottom left direction, right? So you're emphasizing individualism instead of social collectivism. And as far as, my understanding of anarchism is that it's adversarial, right? Not non-oppositional. So, if you type in like Somalia, right? And Google's, saying, hey, if I ask Google, hey, what's like, what's a example of anarchy right now, right? An actual real world example of anarchy right now. And it's going to say Somalia because technically, by definition, it doesn't have a strong central government, right? Like it technically kind of has one, but it's not, defunct, right? And that in the following the core principles of anarchists, it's like, well, yes, you can self, autonomously start a business, trade, freedom of association, freedom of, economic opportunities without the intervention or, without a coercive top-down system controlling, orchestrating the economy. It's like technically right now, Somalia is the closest example that, you can look up. You can find documentaries. You can say, oh, hey, what's it like to live in Somalia? And go bam, 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 bam. And then, funny enough that it's like, take all the principles of anarchists. It's like, it's being practiced right now in reality. Obviously there's going to be a disagreement of like forgetting technicalness, just like, the anarchists like, no, I don't like that. They're going to say, no, that's not what I meant. That they make that kind of interjection of like, oh, but it doesn't have communal, sharing and cooperative ownership. It's like, well, no, that's not like, pure anarchy doesn't have a requirement of, collective ownership. Like that's, if you really boil it down, it doesn't, have to have that. So like if you're, for example, like an entrepreneur, if you wanted to start a business in Somalia, and in America, it might've been illegal, but if you go to Somalia and start it, like technically you have way more opportunities there to, to run that business. Which is kind of like an interesting thought. It's like, as a, you can see it, Somalia as a place of opportunity, So, getting back to the definition stuff. So, let's see. It even talks about common misconceptions versus theory. So Google AI saying it's not, anarchy is not about, not defined as chaotic. While often associated with disorder, political anarchy envisions a spontaneous order or a peaceful, organized society. Doesn't explain how. Just that's the kind of brochure bumper sticker statement. It's not chaos. It's about spontaneous order. And it's not about lawlessness. It argues against ruler imposed law, not all rules. Society can create their own social norms and agreements. I think we're getting into we're going to see this kind of semantic mental gymnastics of well, we can't really call it a state, and we're for sure not going to call it coercive, but there will be laws. There will be rules. It's like, okay, well, did you just fucking leave one, you don't like the current governments. Okay, we going through the process of knocking it down and then you rebuilt it. Did you just go full circle of no rules? Actually, we want rules again. It's not meant to be, lawlessness. We'll see. And then, here's the beginning of the shit show of key historical theoretical approaches. So there's going to be a lot of historical baggage to unpack, and we're going to see how so-called political ideologies, it's not actually a proposed ideal direction that society should go to. That's roughly what political ideologies have been interpreted as, of what direction you want society to go to. And then you could, whatever, XYZ, anarchy, blah, blah, blah. The other side is just purely historical. It's here's how the term anarchy was used with this one group 100 years ago in this one political context, and how they brought down the government, et cetera, et cetera. And they're calling that a political ideology. That semantically we'll start hashing out the differences. But so one of the terms, anarcho, obviously it's taking anarchy and turning it into the prefix, right? So there's a hyphen. So anarcho-communism. So, there's some people that smash the two words together to try to mean something different. And, there's going to be some semantic mental gymnastics of no, man, this is going to, this is the system. This is a great system. So see, Peter Kropotkin advocated for societies organized by each according to his need, sharing resources without a state. And key historical theoretical approaches. So it's collectivism. Mikhail Bakunin focused on workers organizing into groups, sharing resources, and decision-making power. And you're eye rolling, okay, so how is that not not a government, not a state, just a group of people organizing into groups, sharing resources and decision-making power, not a state? Okay, all right. So the monkey's paw thing is just we're going to let the idea play out. You just play along. Here's a thought experiment. Just give it to them. Here's the stupidity test. Just give them exactly what they've asked for, and we'll see what it looks like. Right? So it's going to be rough, but we'll try to get through this. And then example contest, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah. So anarchy is this is a great one to start with, because it kind of fleshes out various mechanics of political philosophies, the core concepts, and it's just a great way to introduce of because of the semantic argument of oh, it's not a government anymore, it's just a collective, of individuals, sharing responsibilities and resources. Like we get in, it's a great like introduction of like, you know, breaking down terms that you've used in the past, thinking that they were defined in a certain way. And anarchists are like, fuck those, fuck those definitions. We're coming up with our own. So like we're going to see like how there's a bunch of historical baggage. We can't use certain terms anymore because it's triggering, most likely, it's going to set people off. So, and I was like, that's the term state, government, rulers, those kind of terms are going to be handled. So yeah, we're just, trying to get into this and start from somewhere. So, you type in into YouTube examples of anarchy, right? And some of these are fucking 50 minutes. We'll see if we pick that one out, but some of these are like 10 minutes, which is great. So here's a crash course. So YouTube channel called Crash Course. I don't know if they are just partnering with PBS. So that's the American, Public Broadcasting System, PBS. Is that the definition? Public Broadcasting Service. Okay, so all right, here's a video, 11 minutes long. I'm going to speed through it if it's, like conceptually like too boring. So just, hold on.
This is what anarchism looks like. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Italians gathered across their balconies to sing, and Iranians performed poetry on theirs. Groups of people self-organized to pick up medicines and deliver groceries.
Okay, so this, right, like we talked about, there's this thing about like decentralized. So if you don't know anything about political philosophy, centralized is this idea of like a top-down, pyramid, right? Where you get a central authority, like just say the center political focus of a nation, a group, or whatever. And then it's that instructions on how to operate the society are coming from the elite. So decentralized is the idea that all the, the equivalent of peasants, not the elite, every, market actor, political actor can all behave on their own, is roughly like, decentralized, what it means. So it's going in that direction of like, look, all these people behaving, even though like, I'm taking these huge tangents, but like even in North Korea, right? And in North Korea is a great example of the kind of like it couldn't be more non-oppositional. It can't, like, the only example I can come up with is Japanese prisons, where Japanese prisons are probably the most rigid, non-opposition, technically not a government, it's just, we're just talking about a sector of, society in Japan. But so Japanese prisons are probably the strictest. Everybody has to behave in a certain way. And there can't be any dissonance. And then North Korea is the greatest example of like an entire nation that's built upon non-opposition. Right. So what was my point? That
people taught free classes online.
And I just had a brain fart moment. So the point that I was making was in North Korea, blah, 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 non-opposition. Oh shit, I'm going to have to get back to it. Okay, back to the video.
Around the world, mutual aid groups sprang up to raise emergency funds and support their communities with all kinds of direct services. All of that was a form of political anarchism. Even the singing Italians. Hi, I'm Ellie.
Oh, the point. Okay, sorry. The point was that even in North Korea, there is a free market where technically there are street vendors or street markets in the like lower equivalent of a caste system. where people are behaving in a decentralized fashion. So, like, it's not correct to say that every nation that even has the most centralized system doesn't have any aspect of a decentralized kind of, factor, right? So, like North Korea, notorious for being like top down, everybody do as the elites say. And even in that nation, there's these tiny street markets that are allowed to exist. They could have easily cracked down saying you can't do it, but they said, you know what, this is too much to like, the elites in North Korea said, you know what, this is too much to even like try to micromanage. We can't micromanage everything. Just let them do their thing. And, individuals are making, decisions in that sense. And so, bringing it to like more, Western context, that like America has obviously aspects of like a central, the federal system, but it still has this like huge, portion of, American society where, getting back to the, the spectrum thing I made up, USA's around here. So it's a left bottom. It's, has more individual liberties than many other nations. And, on this graph with, again, these are not like 100% accurate. These are just like, for the sake of explanation, compared to Japan or compared to China, USA has more individual liberties, that they're acting in a decentralized fashion, even though no, contemporary anarchists would agree. They would never fucking say that America has, any, kind of decentralized behaviors or actors or anything like that. So, it's this, the PBS crash course thing is making this emphasis like during these specific times there have been anarchist moments. It's like no, like if you're only taking anarchism in the kind of like self, a group of individuals acting on their own, like, your European Union, European nations have it, America for sure has it, even Japan has it, North Korea has the least of it, but they still technically have it. China for sure has, individuals working in their own fashion to, organize themselves, etc. So, it might be, hopefully it explains that as a spectrum, not this kind of binary you do or you don't have it thing. So, we'll see.
Anderson, and this is Crash Course Political Theory. 20th century feminist revolutionary Emma Goldman didn't want to define anarchism for us because she said anarchism is all about thinking for yourself. But she threw us a bone. She described anarchy as the philosophy of a new social order based on liberty unrestricted by man-made law. And also, crucially...
Okay, wait. So, philosophy of a new social order that's not, top down. Okay, fine. Give it to them. Just give it to them. The philosophy of a new social order. Let's just say cultural norms. The cultural norms, the prominent cultural norms are based on liberty unrestricted by man-made law. Now, that sounds like a libertarian, or an emphasis on liberty, individuals, instead of collective or communal or a government or a state. Okay, fine, right? That's what they're saying.
And also, crucially, the theory that all forms of government rest on violence and are therefore wrong and harmful.
Wait.
As well as unnecessary.
Okay. So the rest of this, the quote, the theory that all forms of government, so the government is the, semantic thing that's, there need to be hashed out. Exactly what are they asking for? What they're saying when they say government. Okay, the theory that all forms of government rest on violence and are therefore wrong and harmful as well as unnecessary. right? Which is kind of a categorical, like, okay, we shouldn't have, shouldn't have to have government, is what they're saying. That they're inherently violent, or is acting or capable of violence, state sanctioned violence, right? The kind of bumper sticker terms. Therefore, wrong and harmful, as well as unnecessary. Okay, fine. Let them have it. What does that mean?
Most of the political theories we've talked about in this series assume that societies require a central authority to keep the peace, and that without one, everything would collapse. Remember Hobbes? He thought life without government would be, quote, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, which is also how I describe myself when I haven't had enough coffee. But anarchists sort of turn that on its head. They believe that governments, with their hierarchies and tanks, are inherently tyrannical. And humans are naturally cooperative, rather than naturally violent or competitive.
So, pausing it for a moment, there is a distinction to be made about, like, if you're looking at this, okay, fine, we're calling it a, government violent coercive system, that everything's top down, right? Quote unquote, top down, that individuals are not behaving in their own self-interest or, individually, etc. Now, what you actually see between people in a community, in a neighborhood, in a house, in a whatever, is that they have trust, loosely defining trust in a system of, law and order, so to say, that in reality is, if you're, let's say you're driving on the streets, right? You got your car, you're driving, and there's no cops, zero cops, no cameras, nothing. And people, even though we come in a system where the police exist, they're just not at that, let's just say at a particular intersection, that there's no overt top-down presence, right? The police, pointing a gun at you kind of situation, is that people are still acting as a, this kind of, rather than this, the kind of binary of, non-coercive or is coercive, are acting as though they trust the culture around driving. So for example, in America, everybody drives on the right side of the street. So that, if somebody's driving in the opposite direction towards you, you trust that there's a cultural norm being accepted, that both parties will stay on the right side of the streets to avoid a collision, right? No cops have to be involved. There's no military tanks present to make sure that it's happening. Is that, even under a system that, okay, apparently, super strict hierarchy, pyramidal top-down kind of coercive system, people are still acting like a collective, like there's cultural norms being accepted, so that, if somebody's even deviates from that at the local level, people are, flipping the finger, yelling at each other, say, "Hey, fuck you!" Who the fuck taught you to drive? And they're doing their own enforcement system at the local level without even police or the government, the feds being involved. So it's this kind of like anarchism right now, is it's being defined as like saying like, oh, that's people are just acting, you're driving on the street, people are just acting for the sake of avoiding, a punishment from the feds, right? And it's like, no. Like, even if there was no feds, like, you could still have these like cultural norm expectations that at the local level that, regardless of, top down, it's just, that's the benefit. Like, if everyone follows the rules, the cultural norms of the streets driving, then it's a benefit to everybody. So just to, give it some context.
Still, it's hard for me to imagine life without governments. I mean, Where else are nerds like me supposed to spend their prom nights if not their local public libraries? But seriously, apart from some small-scale experiments by groups like the Paris Commune or the Zapatistas in Mexico, we can literally only imagine it. Because it's not exactly easy to poof governments away for the sake of experiment. Except in rare moments, like after natural disasters or during a pandemic, when a bunch of our systems fall apart. Then, writers like Rebecca Solnit argue, we can see a glimpse through the new forms of organizing that emerge to meet people's needs without government oversight. Anarchists point out that people have organized themselves since long before states existed. Of the roughly 300,000 years—
Wait. What did he say?
People's needs without government oversight. Anarchists point out that people have organized themselves since long before states existed.
Organized themselves long before states existed. I think that's the kind of like semantic mental gymnastics of like, it's like if a group of people come together, a tribe, is it a state? It's like, what is the state? So, let's say state definition. I can't even spell. Okay. State is a sovereign. So this is, just a Google AI definition of the term just state. A state is a sovereign political entity with a defined territory, government, population, and the capacity to enter relations with other states. It holds a monopoly on legitimate use of force, collects taxes, creates laws for its people. It differs from a nation, which refers to a group of people sharing a common culture. It differs from a nation, which refers to a group of people sharing a common culture. Okay, so at least this definition is not the same as what the PBS thing is referring to as a state, because this is as broad as it gets of like a group of people come together and then they organize and decide how goods and services are going to flow, right? Like that's like the broadest sense of like, that's a state. What the PBS thing is saying is a state. Like it's not a state. Like, so, but this is going to be like the crazy mental gymnastics. I have no idea how I'm going to address this, but all right, back to the video.
Of the roughly 300,000 years that modern humans have been doing their thing, state-level societies have been around for only 5,000 of those years.
5,000 years. No, wait, 5,000.
And we still naturally organize ourselves.
3,700. That's pretty long goddamn time. Like 3,700 BCE to the present day is 5,000. What's ancient Egypt? What's the age of beginning of ancient Egypt? Ancient Egypt around 3,150. I mean, we're talking like it's only been around for 5,000 years. It's like, that's what are we defining as the state at that point? Of like before, I don't know, before beginning of ancient Egypt. I'm just trying to think of like what's the oldest civilization. Before the dawn of ancient Egyptian civilization, the region was inhabited during the pre-dynastic period by Neolithic farming cultures like Badarian and Nakada. They developed agriculture, built permanent settlements along the Nile, practiced by early funerary rites. I mean, we're talking about like before 5,000 years is a type of civilization, if you can even call it that, of like there were people. They probably were, a lot of them were migratory. So, the idea of just settling in one place so that, you can have like a cohesive language and law or any kind of order was less of a thing. So I'll admit to that. It was a less of a thing because, most people were probably moving with the cattle if they were even domesticated at that point, which I'm pretty sure they were. So, but it's not like they didn't have any figurative, literal pyramid in Egypt, yes, figurative political period, a pyramid of like, top down order. It's like you still probably had tribes that were their own rough government and their rough state of, what you can even include coercive, system of law and order. So, all right, I'm getting stuck in the semantics.
Thousand of those years, and we still naturally organize ourselves, even when we're not in crisis. According to anthropologist David Graeber, daily life is full of anarchy. We wait in line to board the bus, even if the police aren't there to make us. And we voluntarily join organizations like sports teams and book clubs. But it makes me curious. If we
that was talking about before. It's like you're driving in the street and you have these cultural norms of like waiting in line or, staying on the right side of the road in the American, streets. It's still in the context of like a broader law and order legalese system in order to make those events happen. Like if it was just pure anarchy, like if you went to Somalia, I'm pretty sure they're not queuing up in lines, in an orderly fashion. I could be wrong. Okay. I've never been to Somalia, but I'm almost positive that it's not that civil in that sense of like, oh, everyone just knows that you should wait in line and wait your turn. There's these crazy videos of in China now of videos of like none of them are queuing, none of them are waiting in line. It's just a free for all. Sometimes a slugfest or just beating the shit out of each other in order to get whatever, like resource it is. So like that kind of, it's not, you should not call it an anarchic like example of like waiting in line, because at least there's this expectation that, if you're at a bus stop waiting in line, that if you or somebody else beats each other to death to get access to the bus, that there's this massive political infrastructure system of police and tanks and whatever that will back you up if you're the victim in the situation, right? This isn't just like you should know. It's like, no, it's like it's in context of all this, of not anarchy. All right.
Always naturally organized ourselves. Then why do states exist? As it turns out, for anarchists, it all goes back to private property. Once we opened that can of worms and land and resources no longer belong to everyone like they did in many hunter-gatherer societies, property owners wanted to hang on to their wealth. So,
okay, it did not, we're talking about like pre 5,000 years, whatever tribes, it wasn't simply everybody owned it. It's like if you live in a family and there's a house, you still have this hierarchy of decision making. It wasn't egalitarian, right? Typically, the babies, even now versus whatever 10,000 years ago, the babies were not politically contributing as much as the elders were. So, it wasn't, you can't call it like that they shared all resources, like somehow like, oh, there was, communism or whatever 10,000 years ago. Okay. You can't say that.
In the anarchist worldview, the state doesn't keep everyone safe from chaos. It just keeps the rich, rich. Or, in the words of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, a French journalist whose work became the basis of anarchist theory in the mid-19th century, property is theft. A fire catchphrase, almost as good as the famous line from The Godfather. When you're here, you're family. Or wait, I think that's something else. Anyway, all property, Proudhon believed, represents the labor of many claimed by a single owner. That's because the value of a factory isn't just created by the person who owns it. It's also created by those who built it and those who work there. Proudhon said that property should be owned by everyone who gives it value. Otherwise, there can't be equality.
You can't be equality. Of course you can't have equality. Okay. So in sociology, there are these, kind of topics, right? About like what keeps society or the economy going, right? Roughly speaking, very roughly, what keeps the economy going? And so when you're talking to so-called communists, anarchists, Democrats or whatever, they'll say that everybody contributes to the economy. that they are all productive in the economy, which is not fucking true, but that's, the discussion. And then, you could say that the right wing, kind of roughly speaking, right wing, Adam Smith kind of, maybe not Adam Smith. I don't want to get that one involved. Okay. So that, there's the like what's the term? Few good men theory. No. There's a term. Great men theory. The great man theory. Okay, so there's this thing, the great man theory popularized by Thomas Carlyle in the 19th century posits that history is primarily shaped by the impact of extraordinary individuals or great men, quote unquote, great men who are born with innate traits like charisma, intelligence, and courage. These leaders, such as Napoleon and Lincoln, rise to the power in times of crisis and dominate historical events, even often viewed as born to lead rather than made. Okay, so roughly speaking, right, this is the antithesis. One side saying everybody can contribute productively, and therefore, everyone should be empowered to share the resources, right? Roughly speaking. And then kind of the roughly right wing, kind of Republican, kind of, pull yourself up by your bootstraps type thinking in the sociology contest is the great man theory, saying that in all of society, not everybody is contributing productively, and that, inventions and political movements, et cetera, most, if not all of them, were done by a minority of people, right? Not necessarily men, could include women, but so that, you can, you can count on your fingers of like the biggest technological improvements were, like this guy, versus saying like, oh, it was, millions of people that all contributed towards the invention. It's like, in reality, take whatever Abe Lincoln and Napoleon or whoever. It's like, yes, it required a functioning society collectively working of like the tree cutter was doing his thing, the doctor was doing his thing, unnamed, essentially unnamed people are, all contributing in order for an Abe Lincoln to exist. Right. But the anarchists would go like, no, like, yes, there's these few good people, but that the spoils of, the productivity should be shared with everybody. And, we're talking about it literally. It's not incorrect to say so. It's just that I think the very easy argument to be made is that productivity is very unequal, like input, right? That some people simply work, more than others, that they're more productive than others. In whatever context you want to come up with, there's still going to be inequality in that sense. So that if somebody, contributes more so that it's more productive, the right-wing person saying they should get more, resources, roughly speaking. So, I wish they would, kind of, obviously PBS is not going to steel man the oppositional arguments, but they really should. Just like, why wouldn't you bring up like that there were inventors? Why wouldn't you bring up that, 99% of all society aren't actively like contributing to like some sort of political dialogue, that 1% of the 1% are the ones that are writing books, trying to reach in a sense of enlightenment, like that's like real rough, like that it is a few great men that have done these things. I mean, Karl Marx, like, it was just say, okay, he was, one guy. Like, it wasn't a group of people. You could say that he got inspired by a bunch of people, but to like, at a certain point, it's like an individual had to make a greater contribution in, the conversation of economics more than another person, So, all right, I'm getting off topic.
If your Marx senses are tingling, that's because anarchism is also deeply influenced by socialism. Both theories agree that economic exploitation hinders freedom. But Marxists believe we can create a government that protects its people from this exploitation by giving power to the workers. Anarchists, on the other hand, believe that it's impossible to have any form of centralizing power without economic exploitation. So the ideas of Proudhon...
Right, so if you were seeing that diagram, the kind of like maybe 2 or 3 like directions of anarchy is or definitions of anarchy, so to say. Is it one? Is it a movement instead of an outcome? Right? Is it a push towards ultimately decentralization? Right? That we're anarchists following along the ideas of like kind of historical lack of government definition. It's just a movement of kind of trying to get individuals to act more autonomously instead of instead of like the incentive to collectively come together, right? Just trying to like squeeze it to like towards egalitarianism. So that's one definition. The second definition is, if it is an outcome, right, a goal, what does it look like? And that's my question. But it's people, some anarchists are saying no, it's not a movement. It's not just a movement. It's an actual outcome, right? Where you're gonna have whatever, like the Google AI is like collective, communal sharing, and the principle of somehow, individual autonomy at the same time. That's the outcome. And it's or the third one is just lack of government altogether, like zero government, no collectivism at any time, which I guess it would be the same as the first one. So like I said, 2 or 3, roughly speaking.
And others would develop into classical anarchism, which calls to abolish the state and replace it with free associations of workers. They would trade goods and services and cooperate with other regions through a union of self-governing communities, a lot like those mutual aid groups that popped up during the pandemic. Proudhon's ideas were picked up by Mikhail Bakunin, who took things a couple steps further, opposing hierarchies of all kinds. He wanted no bosses, no landlords, no kings, and no library late fees. Okay, that last one was just me. And he railed against the...
Okay, so like, if you took no hierarchies to its ultimate conclusion, so, what I was talking about before with like reproduction, right? The idea of like parents having kids is that either you kind of hand wave it, oh, that's not hierarchy when, two people have kids. That's not a hierarchy. Or you do say that's a hierarchy, saying, babies are born without, consent. They didn't agree to it. There's no contract. There's no written contract. There's no verbal contract. There's no agreement at all to bring a baby into the world. But as soon as they're born, we're going to try to optimize no hierarchies, right? No top down, nothing. Just everyone's able to contribute and, to consent, to agree to be self-autonomous, sovereignty, whatever you want to call it. Then, what does that look like, right? If you're going to treat a baby brought into the world and then says, okay, now you're on your own, kid. you gotta advocate for your rights. You gotta, tell us when you're hungry. If you don't like it, we're not going to force you to do anything. Like that's, in reality, it's going to be hell immediately for a baby because they have no idea how to survive at all. But it's like all on anarchist principles. That's a sovereign citizen. They got to stand up for themselves. They got to bend themselves up by their bootstraps. For a baby. Fucking absurd. But okay, we're like, is anarchism just a movement of decentralization so that there's just this like, okay, whatever there's the pyramidal power, we're just trying to break it down, right? And if they were given exactly what they've asked for, they're not going to want it because they're just going to form their own government, right? You left a government says, oh, anarchy, great. And then you're going to form your own government. Then is that what's intended? If you left a coercive, brutal, violent tank system, whatever, then you just built your own, that's like, like you were playing a game and it's like, I don't like the game anymore. I'm not winning. I don't like this. I'm not having fun anymore. I don't like losing. Is it that? Yeah. Who knows?
The oppression not just of workers, but also of women and children, believing that all people who labored should benefit from that labor. He argued for individual workers to organize themselves into groups that share resources and decision-making power, a concept known as collectivism. And he wanted to challenge the state directly through violent revolution if it came to that, which it did. He brought his ideas right to the barricades of the 1848 revolutions that were erupting across Europe. Meanwhile, the Russian aristocrat and geographer Peter Kropotkin had a slightly different take. He was swayed to anarchism after visiting a group of self-governing Swiss watchmakers. Now that's my kind of vacation. Kropotkin built on Bakunin's idea of collectivism. But where Bakunin thought each according to his labor, Kropotkin thought each according to his need, which was basically a way of saying, you don't have to prove you're worthy of having your needs met. He imagined a society run kind of like a public library. I know, just wait, it gets better. He says, the librarian does not ask what services you have rendered to society before giving you the book, and he comes to your assistance if you do not know how to manage the catalog. I think we can all agree that no matter what political system we're talking about, it really should be run by librarians.
This is fucking stupid. I'm not, God damn it. How long is this going to go? All right, whatever. We got to keep going.
This vision is called anarchist communism. It's a lot like communism, but without a centralized state. Not even a centralized state made of workers. These days, there's still tons of debate over anarchism. One of the main critiques is, sure, a stateless society sounds cool in theory, but how could it exist in reality? It's impractical. And folks have all sorts of ways of responding to this. Like OG anarchist influencer Emma Goldman, who we mentioned at the start, said that what's really impractical is clinging to a bad system and expecting different results. The only logical response to a problem, she argued, is to try something new. We saw a real-life attempt at something new in the Occupy movement, which sprang up in September.
No, it's just saying, like, you don't like the current system, you want to replace it with something else, and then placing yourself at the top of the new system, like, that's not, anarchy, obviously. So that, like, it's like I was using like the distinction of like, okay, here's like different definitions, but then you're kind of merging two of them together. We're saying, okay, break down the current system, and then, saying that whatever centralized system is bad, right? Ultimately, that's, the kind of the way of breaking it down. Oh, it's got to be decentralized, but then you're going back to, communism or communalism or whatever you want to call it. And then getting placed at the top of it, of like, we will be the new, people in charge. It's like, you didn't actually advocate for decentralization. You just wanted you to be the elite, the new elite. Obviously you're going to get a bunch of saps to, kind of follow along with it. But, so very roughly, like the term federalism or federation is this idea of individuals. So obviously in the United States, there's the federal system, and it's made up of individual states. And of course, the states being semantically, it's being defined as like kind of a government, but also just a location that is, incorrectly being associated with like a state is a part of a federal government, but that's only because it's in the American system. So, like if you get down to like boil down, American federalism, it's already having anarchic principles because each state is consenting to be part of this broader, larger group, United States of America. And that the whatever 13 colonies did that in the past, and every new state has been inputted into this new federal system. So anarchists are complaining about America being like not anarchic, right, in the kind of whatever communalism type definition, but it already has a lot of those principles of the state is the ultimate self-autonomous sovereign nation, sovereign thing, sovereign government that's consensually organizing into this broader thing. So it's not, anarchists don't like a central government, they're just wanting a new one. So
November 2011 in New York City, and eventually spread to more than 100 US cities and 25 other countries. Their rallying cry was, "We are the 99%." It was a response to extreme wealth disparities and the fact that super wealthy people, the 1%, hold so much political power. Thousands of protesters marched.
Yeah, okay. So the Occupy Wall Street, yeah. So like to give it better context, like you take a lower or middle class person in America, on average, not the absolute poor, we're just talking about averages, they are already the 1% for the world. They might be 99%, if you take the lower and middle classes of America, they might be the 99% of America, but they are the 1% in a global context. And so, there's this, I don't necessarily want to say human nature, but there's this, tendency of, unless you're like obscenely rich, even like statistically wealthy people, let's just say roughly, makes whatever, more than $200,000 a year, roughly, that, even somebody who makes $200,000 a year can think or believe that they are not rich, right? So like on paper with, just purely statistics, $200,000 is a lot of money in America for most people. But once you actually get to that point, they can still feel like they're, again, quote unquote, poor or haven't made it yet, so right now, these Occupy Wall Street people, let's just say, on average, a person walking these streets saying, oh, we're part of the 99%, whatever. But on average, they probably make anywhere within New York City, 50 to 100,000. Let's even be generous, 30 to 100,000, right? So like, that's like whatever, roughly speaking, middle class, dipping, well into the lower class, economic class. That alone will still put you at the top 1% globally, right? So it says, take down the elites. It's like, no, you are already elite. Even if you took it like in the context of like American lifestyles, it's already like air conditioning, washing machines, buildings that aren't falling apart, cars that can drive, food that you can eat without getting sick. Like you just come up with a list of stuff. Like you're already living in luxury in like global contexts, even following American historical context of like even the elites of 150 years ago didn't have the modern lifestyles of middle or lower class citizens today. So yeah, everyone can feel like they're, poor, but just if you're following actual stats, it doesn't make sense.
On Wall Street, the financial capital of the country, and then built a live-in community in Zuccotti Park. They cooked and cleaned and loaned out books, and every evening they formed a general assembly to talk about the future and propose new ideas. But despite all the steam, the encampment fizzled out in just 59 days, and the media moment was all but over. They wanted to do politics differently, so they never came up with a list of demands. And when they couldn't reach consensus, they split into a bunch of different interest groups, which is itself a major critique of the theory of anarchy. By design, no one litigates what counts as anarchy and what doesn't. And so anarchist groups can sometimes lose political momentum. This lack of central authority also explains why and how a wide swath of political perspectives have laid claim to anarchy. Perspectives that are in some cases far removed from the ideas of political theorists. Like, while a lot of anarchist theory grew out of Marxist arguments, some self-proclaimed anarchists have quite the opposite approach. Take, for example, crypto-anarchists. Their main goal is to use technology like cryptocurrency to get rid of the need for a state, allowing folks to exchange money without regulation by government or banks. So hardcore anti-capitalists and pro-capitalist crypto finance bros can all consider themselves anarchists, because resisting state authority can take a lot of different forms. For example, one of the major divisions among anarchists concerns violence, whether it's okay or even necessary to use it. While anarchist beliefs can fuel movements like Occupy, they're not universally peaceful. Goldman herself was involved in plotting the attempted assassination of steel magnate Henry Clay Frick.
Right, so like getting back to what I was saying, like that it's not some of these anarchists are not saying that they're against a coercive, violent, gun-filled, tank-filled government. They're opposed to them not being in control of the guns and tanks and a military and, a police system. Is that, what was it? The autonomous zones? Was it Minneapolis, Chaz? No, Chaz was in Seattle. The autonomous zones. What was the decades? Crap. George Floyd, autonomous zone. There was a name for the autonomous zone after the George Floyd events, where essentially some of the local people blocked off a area and said no cops allowed, no ambulance allowed. We're gonna sovereignty this space. And they said, oh, we're anti-police or whatever. But what happened was that they just created their own police. It's not, they weren't against violence or having a kind of whatever, like a militia. They wanted to be the militia. They wanted control over the militia. So, you could call it anarchist principles, but they just went full circle. They went, I think it was a bunch of people got shot. They were loosely running their own government. But it was like a lot of self-appointed people, a lot of people arguing, and it was not a peaceful space. And then I think it was is it Seattle or Washington? No, maybe Portland. Is it Chaz? Where's the protest? Chaz, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone refers to the 2020 protest occupation in Seattle, not Portland. Okay, lasting. Yeah. So these little blips of like anarchist moments happen. And then literally the monkey's paw, they got, they give them exactly what they've asked for. The police didn't get involved. They didn't crack down. They didn't, invade the space for a long time. And then they just did their own thing and they rebuilt their own police system, the thing that they were fighting against, supposedly fighting against. All right.
When it came to revolution, she considered violence a justifiable means to an end. And we've seen violent players aligning themselves with anarchism more recently as well. For example, the Boogaloo movement has been known to capitalize on moments of political turmoil, like the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020, to incite violence, often under the mantle of an imminent second civil war. Their anti-government views led some far-right followers to get involved in the insurrection at the US Capitol on January 6, 2021. Still, not all anarchists believe that the state must be destroyed to make way for anarchy. Others argue that building anarchistic communities within existing states will reduce the government's power over time. And that doesn't necessarily look like spray painting tunnels or throwing hand grenades. It looks more like talking to their neighbors and volunteering at community gardens and soup kitchens, providing services that governments might otherwise provide, or might be failing to provide. In this way, anarchist thinkers such as Colin Ward have pointed out, there's such a thing as everyday anarchism, meaning life is full of people who help each other. Which makes me wonder, what would the world look like if we nurtured?
See, I think that's a kind of like linguistic slippery slope, like a real slippery slope where it's they're trying to introduce anarchism where it's clearly not anarchy, right? It's not clearly lack of government or lack of centralized planning. It's, they're just kind of like all of these, the example they just talked about is within a context of a like central governmental system with police and tanks and, all that kind of stuff that, people can operate and, essentially run like nonprofits. They can operate volunteer programs where, you just work at the soup kitchen for no money involved, right? That's what you want to do. But it's like trying to like squeeze it in of like, oh, you've been an anarchist all along, man. Like, don't you realize? Don't you get it? You've been an anarchist this whole time. Just come on to the meeting and we, sign up. Like, clearly it's not anarchism, clearly. But, that's, you just kind of do this kind of linguistic double speak pivot where like, oh, it's actually, we're not talking about no government. We're not talking about no, centralized figure. We're trying to do this, new thing that's, that we could just collectively come together and make, decisions. Like, that's not a government, So you got to be really careful when they're, you're trying to like slip right in. It's like it's already, you've already been doing it. You're already part of it. Even though, not true, but it's like, it's very manipulative when, you kind of do this double speak definitional change in order to make it convenient for you of like, oh, you've already been signed up. You already had the tattoo, you've already been associated. You just haven't realized it,
These seeds of anarchism with simple, everyday gestures of mutual aid. Although stateless societies have rarely existed in the modern world, anarchist ideas live on. They exist in autonomous communities like the Zapatistas in Mexico, in social movements like the Arab Spring, and in pockets within communities in response to both global disasters and local needs. Meanwhile, anarchists continue to debate the best way forward: revolution or book clubs, or both. A perennial debate, which Goldman reminds us, is central to anarchism itself, so that it can be ever flexible to fit the needs of the time and place. In our next episode, we're talking feminism. See you then.
Oh,
thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Political Theory, which was filmed at the Bastille.
Blah, 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 blah. All right. Next. Oh, God, this is the 53 minutes. Let's wait. Let's see if the other shorter videos can do it.
Welcome to Illustrate to Educate.
All right, so this is Illustrate to Educate YouTube channel, 176,000 subscribers. And roughly speaking, what do they do? Oh, yeah, that kind of like hand-drawn thing got really popular like 10 plus years ago for like explaining ideas. And it's, this most of the time it's sped up, but that was like a very, at least at the time, like novel way, it's the equivalent of, being in a classroom and the whiteboard, the chalkboard is being drawn as the conversation is going. This is literally a piece of paper, and then it looks like it's going to, start, or a whiteboard. So it literally starts drawing, but this is 4 minutes. So we should be able to get through it.
Please subscribe and ring the bell for more simple and objective videos on topics that matter. In this video, we're going to look at a simple explanation of anarchism, as well as arguments for and against it. Anarchism is a political philosophy and social movement that advocates for the abolition of centralized systems of power, such as governments and hierarchies, in favor of decentralized, self-governing communities. Anarchists believe that societies can be organized in a way that allows for the maximum amount of individual freedom, equality, and cooperation. There are many different forms of anarchism, but some of the most well-known include anarcho-communism, which advocates for the abolition of private property and the establishment of a classless, stateless society.
Wait. No private property? That's just communism. Okay. Wait. So before it was like kind of like a hybrid, and now it's like zero private property. There must be a liberty for labor, right? I don't know. We got it.
Based on communal ownership and cooperation. Next is anarcho-syndicalism, which seeks to abolish the wage system and replace it with a system of workers' self-management and direct democracy. Also, there is individualist anarchism, which emphasizes the importance of individual freedom and autonomy and is often associated with the writings of figures like Emma Goldman and Max Stern.
Okay, hold up. So, syndicalism is syndicalism. Well, let's get close enough. Okay, syndicalism is a revolutionary labor movement aiming to transfer. Okay, is a revolutionary labor movement aiming to transfer control of the economy to worker unions through direct action such as strikes and sabotage rather than parliamentary politics. It seeks to abolish capitalism and the state, replacing them with a decentralized worker-managed society, frequently utilizing the general strike as a mechanism for revolution. Okay, so to define some of the terms. A strike is simply when employees of a business individually or collectively decide that they're not going to work. You know, they were contracted. It's not slavery, literal slavery. They agreed to be employed for the, obviously, to make money or, some other resource, right? So they volunteered to be an employee, and then, whatever the situation is, they don't like it. So they're going to say, hey, if we stop working, especially all together, you could do it individually, but if you do it all together, it's more powerful, that we can use it as leverage for renegotiating, employment contracts. That's, roughly speaking what it is. And so that the idea is that, if one person strikes and stops working and refuses to quit, then, they could simply get fired and easier to replace, right? If it's just one person out of, 1,000 people, it's not so bad to fire them and the business can continue to operate. But if everybody, all the employees strike all of a sudden, and the business cannot handle, right? That's the thinking. If the business cannot handle that kind of fluctuation of nobody working, then, it forces their hand to say, okay, I'm going to negotiate. Let's talk about how, I can increase wages or something, and y'all can go back to work, right? So that's the basics of, a strike. And then syndicalism is using those kind of principles of voluntary employees start a job and then use it as leverage to, advocate for more wages or more resources or whatever it is. A syndicate, yeah, a syndicate is a group of individuals or organizations combined to promote some common interests. So like a union is, I guess, syndicate. Um, yeah, it's I think it's one of those cynicalism went through the same thing as anarchism, where it's like there was a historical term, like it's just a group of people that promote a common interest, and that's probably what the etymology specifically is that it's like an organization, saying an organization. It's like an organization is a group of people with a common interest or whatever. So a syndicate from the 1620s, council of body of representatives, from French syndicat, from syndicates, representative of corporation, blah, blah, blah. So it's just, or an organization one way or another, a group, right? But then it kind of went through the, contemporary modernization of putting in the context of like, it has to be a revolution. It has to be, using strikes, and it has to be within Marxism or whatever it is. So that's how like it's kind of being spun. Key principles of syndicalism: direct action, workers take action directly against employers, strikes, boycotts, sabotage, instead of relying on political parties, blah blah blah. Okay, so getting back to the whatchamacallit. So anarcho-syndicalism is the act of like decentralizing through group action. I don't know if see the problem with some of these like these terms or the actual groups is that some of it gets to be very parasitic of like, if you simply wanted to get paid more, why don't you just start your own business? You gather a group of people, you bring your money together, resources together to start your own business to compete, instead of getting employed on a voluntary basis and then, kind of like an upheaval, a revolution, so to say, of if you're so smart that you think you can run the business, why don't you just do that instead of crippling a business owner that, all of a sudden either has to fire everybody, right? Which, has been done, and just start over, just say, okay, we're going to take a loss for however many weeks. We have to rehire everybody. And then, we lost whatever, a few weeks worth of profits or something. Like it would be a completely different thing if it was like pure slavery. Like, they got captured in nets at gunpoint or spear point or whatever. It says, you're going to come work for me. And then the group, decided, okay, we're going to, start a revolution and like take over the business. That'd be one thing, but clearly they're talking about a different situation where it's not pure slavery. It just figuratively, poetically feels like slavery. It's like, okay, you're saying that you're smart enough to run an operation, as a group, then why don't you? It'd be different if it's like you weren't allowed to, but for the most part, most businesses can just start. Yes, there's an argument about like licensing and certifications and all that kind of stuff. And then you could say, oh, that's not fair or whatever. But, some things that collectively has decided that it's too much of a risk to just let anybody start, let's say, a hospital or, any medical practice, to just like, oh, I'm just going to call myself a doctor and advertise it, as myself as a doctor, and just do surgery without licensing. You can say, oh, it's the man, it's the feds, cracking down, So that argument can be made, but unions and stuff are forming in industries that don't have licensing for the most part, like food production or anything at all, retail. What is it, Starbucks unions? It's like, if you think that, you can operate your own coffee shop business, there isn't really a licensing process, really. Like, there's some like business entity stuff, but not like, you know, of you think you can run your own Starbucks, then you should just start your own Starbucks, like your own coffee shop. So, okay, we're huge digression, but the private property one, I have no idea how that's going to work. Anarcho-communism, you should just call it communism and then just say no private property, but whatever. Anarcho-syndicalism, no centralized system, but a group collective that's probably going to have its own bylaws and, and rules of conduct or whatever. And it's not no government, zero, coercive system. You just have to work in groups. And then, obviously individual anarchism is more towards the idea of like pure anarchy.
Anarchism has a long and varied history, with roots in both classical liberalism and socialism. Some of the key figures and movements associated with anarchism include the French Revolution, which inspired many early anarchists with ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity; Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who is often considered the first self-proclaimed anarchist and wrote the influential work What is Property in 1840; Mikhail Bakunin, a Russian revolutionary and writer who was a key figure in the anarchist movement of the late 19th century; and Emma Goldman, an American feminist, anarchist, and writer who was a prominent figure in the early 20th century. Anarchism has been...
Okay, so there's the like historical context stuff, which is actually not important in our discussion about like, what is it that you're asking for? What does it look like? Right? So a lot of this, anarchism conversation is like, it's just rehashing historical things, not what do you want today? What do you want tomorrow? Where is this going to? So just, if you get nothing else, just skip past the historical baggage stuff if it's not actually contributing towards the discussion of what is it that you're asking for? No.
Influential in many social and political movements throughout history, including labor movements, feminist movements, and anti-colonial movements. Anarchist ideas have also been influential in fields such as education, psychology, and environmentalism. It is worth noting that anarchism is a diverse and contested philosophy, and there are many different interpretations and variations of anarchism, and its advantages and disadvantages depend on the specific form of anarchism being considered. However, generally speaking, those who support anarchism emphasize the importance of individual freedom and autonomy, as well as equality and cooperation among people. They also point out that anarchist ideas have inspired many social and political movements and have sought to challenge oppressive systems and hierarchies. Next, supporters point out that...
Okay, so another pause. Similar to a previous point, but this is the, kind of like trying to slip in anarchism, when it wasn't there before, is commonly these kind of bullshit charlatans, snake oil salesmen, horse shitters, is this kind of like rewriting of history, right? Or like reinterpretation. It's like, it's always been anarchism. Like, let's say fucking the founding of America, USA, and the separation of the colonial British rule can be reinterpreted as anarchism. Saying, no taxation without representation, blah, blah, blah. Those kind of principles of like, we're going to start our own thing and everyone's, equal, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you could successfully, say that following these kind of principles, the founding of USA was anarchism if, anarchism doesn't mean any of the actual non-governmental stuff. It just means having principles of individual freedom and autonomy. So you can say, oh, America's always been, anarchist. And of course, every anarchist is like, no. You know what anarchism means, right? So it's like, this is, just kind of this like linguistic manipulation as much as, people can tolerate.
Anarchism is often associated with a strong commitment to direct democracy and grassroots participation in decision-making. Lastly, those who support some forms of anarchism, such as anarcho-communism, envision a society without economic inequality, where resources are shared and the needs of all members of society are met. Those who are against anarchism often criticize it for being unrealistic or utopian, as it calls for the abolition of centralized systems of power that many believe are necessary for maintaining order and protecting people's rights. Next, they point out that some forms of anarchism, such as individualist anarchism, have been criticized for placing too much emphasis on individual freedom and autonomy at the expense of community and collective action. Also, those against anarchism point out that it has often been associated with violence and extremism, particularly in the forms of bombings and assassinations carried out by anarchist individuals or small groups. Lastly, those against anarchism say that it can be hard to put into practice, as it often calls for the complete overhaul of existing political and economic systems, which can be difficult to achieve in the real world. What are your thoughts on anarchism?
Okay.
Feel free to comment below. If you enjoyed
basic.
this video, be sure to subscribe to Illustrate to Educate to support more simple and objective videos on topics that matter.
Did I freeze? Okay, we're back. All right, we gotta keep getting through these.
Should I go ahead?
Noam Chomsky. Okay, so Noam Chomsky, Chomsky. So he's a economic. What would be a good title? Noam Chomsky. American linguist, political activist. Well, that's what Google calls him, but his greater contribution is the macroeconomics. Yeah.
Sure.
Also, the YouTube channel is Chomsky's Philosophy. 456,000 subscribers. That's pretty good.
Anything.
We're led to think that anarchism is bomb-throwing mayhem. What is it that attracts you to anarchism?
I don't know if you can hear the question. Let me. Okay. Let's do captions. All right. So.
We're led to think that anarchism is bomb-throwing mayhem. What is it that attracts you to anarchism?
Anarchism has nothing to do with bomb-throwing mayhem.
Nothing to do with bomb-throwing mayhem. All right. Let's keep going.
Anarchism is a point of view which, first of all, it covers a lot of things. You know, political rhetoric is not the clearest, it's not a model of clarity. And anarchism has covered quite a lot of ground, but the mainstream of it has just been the basic principle, which I think comes straight out of classical liberalism and the Enlightenment, that any form of authority and domination has a burden of proof to bear. It has to demonstrate that it's legitimate. It doesn't matter what it is, whether it's inside a family or in the global economy.
Wait. A burden of proof. So there's within political philosophy, there's this kind of the discussion about the acknowledgement of legitimacy of a government. So, for example, if you try to start your own nation, right? Let's just say you found a chunk of land, it hasn't been claimed, some island pops up out of nowhere. It's formed, nobody claims it because it's too far from, their thing. Like, let's just say it's in the middle of like the Pacific Ocean or something. New island, and you decided to place a flag, figuratively and or literally placing a flag to say, this is mine. I'm going to govern this independent of all other nations, right? So you get this huge hurdle of like, it's kind of a democracy when it comes to legitimizing the newfound nation, where it's kind of like a vote where you have to make good relationships with other nations to get your, the new nation as to be acknowledged as a nation. And if nobody does it, then it's, at least at the global scale, loses its kind of status, right? It's the idea, the existence of a nation is purely subjective, is a social construct. Still important, but it's a social construct, so that you can, if you start your little island nation brand new, and then you start trading with neighboring, whatever's closest nation, that's legitimizing the entity. So, typically it's if you get enough people involved that can advocate or support it emotionally, then it becomes more legitimate as a social construct. So, some revolution happens in some nation, the existing government falls apart. It is a democracy in that sense of when the new government is being formed, it has to be this kind of power from the people, so to say. It doesn't, not from a kind of godly figure, a deity to like, kind of legitimize it. So even in the, Roman Catholic faith, the role of the Pope is a democracy, surprisingly. It'd be very different if it was just like, some ray of sunshine, hand of God comes from the skies and goes, beep, you're the new Pope. No, they just go through a voting process, as secular as it sounds, to find, to find the new Pope. So it is a political philosophy discussion of like, when you have a nation and then you are in good relations and then you stop being in good relations, that the title, a socially constructed title, kind of disintegrates when people stop, nations stop acknowledging you as a legitimate entity. So, you don't get your nation named in the map, the global map. You just kind of, there's nothing there kind of situation. So it doesn't seem like the social construct is so strong that, if you're walking in America, you're like, oh, this is America, not this is a chunk of land on the exposed landmass of Earth, in the most like objective sense. You could say, I am walking in America. So he's coming from, Noam Chomsky's coming from that angle of like, this governments have to kind of prove themselves to be worthy, so to say, of being recognized by the people, instead of, some sort of like hand of God type political empowerment.
If it is a form of authority and domination and coercion, it has to show that it's legitimate. If it can demonstrate it's legitimate, and it's a heavy burden to bear. If it shows that it's legitimate, okay. If not, it ought to be dismantled. That's anarchism.
Okay, now what is considered legitimate authority?
It's the task of those who have the authority to demonstrate that. So, for example, if I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter, and suppose I'm taking a walk with my granddaughter and she runs out into the street, okay, and I grab her and pull her back. Well, that's authority, and it's my task to demonstrate that it's legitimate. And I think in this case, if anybody challenged me, I could make an argument saying that's legitimate authority. But the burden of proof is always on those who exercise it. That's true if it's men and women, parents and children, owners and people they rent, the state and people who serve it, the IMF and people who follow its orders, wherever it is. So there's no general definition of what legitimate authority is. It's a task of those who exercise authority to demonstrate their legitimacy. They're the ones who have the burden of proof. And if they can't meet that burden by explaining why what they do is legitimate, then they have no right to exercise the authority. And whatever institution any institution within which they exercise it is illegitimate unless they show otherwise.
Yeah, so he's talking, like I said, kind of like raw political philosophy topics, but the mistake is the, like, if it's subjective, there is no such thing as illegitimate. It's just a frame of, reference. Like it's a perspective. So, like, for example, North Korea is, like, you could say that it's an illegitimate government because everyone within the the citizens, roughly speaking, don't like it. But and then, the power's not coming from the masses, that's coming from the few, obviously through extreme coercion of, violence and imprisonment and all that. But so within political philosophy, a government is so socially constructed that you can still conclude that North Korea is a legitimate government because it technically, it exists at least. And there's a difference between, like, a actionable signals versus verbalized signals. So the verbalized signal would be like, saying that I don't like this, I'm, don't want to be here anymore, all that kind of stuff, right? An actionable signal is literally leaving or trying to leave. And so obviously, like, in North Korea, that option of, like, they crack down on both, verbalized signal and actionable signals. Like, if you say that you don't like the system, you're getting shit canned. And then if you try to leave, don't say anything, just trying to leave, they won't allow that. So it's not, I would say, sustainable that you have people so miserable, citizens that are so miserable. But, when they get so coerced that they're afraid to leave, it's that they still recognize, the North Korean citizens still recognize the, Kim Jong-un kind of regime or authority figure as legitimate. You could semantically argue that it's, whether it's happy or not, obviously, or ideal in any sense, or sustainable, that's a different topic. But, just purely, like, it's already, Noam Chomsky's kind of leaning towards the already biased position that government legitimacy has to come from the masses uncoerced, which clearly is not the case.
And the anarchists are just people who believe that and try to do something about it.
So the members of that institution, is it their responsibility to make a judgment call about the authority of the person who is trying to prove their legitimate authority?
Well, I don't mean that every minute of the day everybody has to be saying, look, this is my legitimate authority, but they have to be prepared to meet the challenge.
Sure.
So if it's like suppose it's a formally democratic state, well, in principle, that challenge is met by interchange among the population, which recognizes the authority of actions in the public arena through constant interaction, debate, struggle, and so on. In theory, that's what happens if it is a democratic state. To the extent that that doesn't happen, it's not a democratic state and it is illegitimate. When you move to other systems of authority, like, say, private corporations or fascist states or other forms of totalitarianism, there's no question of legitimacy because they have none.
So, but it's the responsibility
Yeah,
of the
so
other.
he's saying that within non-democratic democratic being is defined as from the masses of non-elite masses, that it's not automatically then not legitimate. And so the kind of the concept of legitimacy is no longer important. Like, more specifically, to really focus on it, it's more important whether or not the system, political system, societal system, whatever it is continuing. that it still exists. It's like, for example, North Korea is not just killing all its, you know, lower class, middle class citizens. Then the system would just simply end. But legitimacy is kind of this. It's a nice way of trying to comfort people, to say, hey, don't upset the system, don't change the system because it is legitimate. If talking in, even the most like idealized communistic communalism utopia, you could say, oh, that there's legitimate, so that, okay, this is legitimate, okay, so that you won't turn it into a revolution. But you know technically it's North Korea's legitimate. Like, it's a thing. It continues to exist. It will continue to exist. They're finding a balance of, obviously, crushing their opposition, but also people. It's not just an implosion of a population. I don't know how exactly they're encouraging anybody to reproduce, but it's happening. So yeah, it's in the idealized kind of, like, making everybody comfortable sense. The conversation about legitimacy is important. But if you don't give a shit about people's comforts, then no, it's not that, necessary.
People in that institution, whatever that institution might be, to question and to
No, it's not their responsibility. It's their responsibility to meet the challenge. It's the responsibility of people to make the challenge. So it's the responsibility of, say, women to challenge a framework in which they are supposed to wash the dishes and put the children to sleep and that sort of thing. And it's the responsibility of men in a traditional patriarchic family to answer that challenge. I mean, it would be nice if the challenge could be raised by those in positions of authority, but that's pretty rare. I mean, usually when you're in a position of authority, you kind of internalize the values that say it's right and just. And the reason is because most people are sort of decent human beings, and it's very hard to look in the mirror and say, I'm a bastard. So usually what you do is look in the mirror and say, I'm a nice guy, and I do these things because it's right and just and legitimate. And that's pretty standard, I mean, everybody knows that from their own experience. We don't have to go into it. That's what people are like. And therefore the responsibility of raising the challenge is typically in the hands of those who recognize that they have a subordinate status. It's very hard to recognize that. I mean, people live, for millennia, without recognizing that they are being subordinated in systems of power. I mean, that's true of women, for example. Or slaves, I mean, most slave societies were accepted by the slaves as legitimate and in fact necessary. A large part, and the same is true of, for example, people have jobs today in our society. Almost without exception, they consider it legitimate for them to be in a position where they have to rent themselves in order to survive. That's certainly not.
Yeah, a much more like healthier discussion would be like talking about it in the context of like cultural norms. That would be fair. That your whatever system is existing to simply say, like, yes, whatever, slavery, some people are living, some people are dying. Is it, if you make the highest priority, like sustainability or something, then, or growth, North Korea, for example, doesn't have a lot of growth potential, right? It would need to completely like change up how the economy flows in order to like grow to the point of like, competing, even if they don't like colonize any other nation, just like competing in the sense of like, resource rich and all that kind of stuff. So that would be a better way of like trying to understand legitimacy as a social construct, but it needs to be, in the context of like goals and standards and principles. And if the principle is growth, then you could, successfully argue like, a totalitarian North Korean system doesn't have a lot of growth. And if you have anarchists, kind of communalism principles, there'd be, a better opportunity for growth. in that kind of resource context, not necessarily stability. So, he's already kind of wiggling it in to that kind of perspective. And, it's like for him, the definition of legitimacy already needs to have democratic principles. And if you're, let's say, a hardcore, I don't know, Christian, for example, that, the Holy Trinity, Christ, etc., and you essentially have a monarch, right, an eternal, immortal monarch of God, then power doesn't need to come from the people. Like a legitimacy, the acknowledgement of a legitimate, authority doesn't need to come from the people. If you're, again, a hardcore Christian, not like the Americanized, very liberal Christian. We're just talking about like, purely theological, like, context.
Not obvious, and in fact, if you go back a century ago, it was not only considered not obvious, it was considered outlandish by American working people. And I'm not talking about Marxists or socialists or anybody like that, but say mill hands in Lowell, Massachusetts, who never heard of socialism, who regarded it as a form of slavery, and were complaining that they had not fought the Civil War to replace chattel slavery by wage slavery, and that therefore those who work in the mills ought to own them, because that's the Republican rights that we won in the American Revolution, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. So you absolutely cannot like just rewrite words. So, for example, the slavery thing, it's like, it's one thing to say it feels like slavery, like you don't have a choice, but then it's this kind of modern reinterpretation of like, obviously there's a negative connotation with slavery, so we're now going to use it to explain purely voluntary employment contracts to make it feel like, oh, they didn't have a choice. It's like, no, like historical slavery truly didn't have a choice, in the sense of like, you either, worked to the bone, or it's simply, getting killed, right? As at spear point or gun point, saying, hey, if you don't work, we're going to kill you. That's like, a literally still a choice, in big quotes, big quotes, still a choice. But obviously, like, if you wanted to survive, that's not a choice. So now it's so far away from historical slavery of, clearly not that, to, people were complaining that they have to go to their job at McDonald's, right, is now somehow slavery, wage slavery. It's like no system is forcing people to work in that context. This is what I needed to eat. It's like people used to just grow food if they, have the skills for it, and then they were allowed to do so. They would just grow their own food in order to survive, and they'd start their own homestead or whatever, start growing stuff in your backyard or whatever chunk of grass you got, right? And now it's, like, oh, it's like, we still have slavery. It's like, no, clearly not. So, at least Google AI is defining slavery is the coercive ownership of a person as property, restricting their liberty for forced labor, a practice existing throughout history across various civilizations. Blah, 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 legally abolished system where one person is owned by another, treated as property with zero legal rights, right? It goes, we still have slavery. My job at McDonald's is just like slavery. It's like people saying that they're starving. It's like starving meant dying of literally, not poetically dying, literally dying of malnutrition or lack of calories, lack of, food, dying. And then the modern interpretation is, I'm slightly peckish, I'm a little hungry. I'm starving, right? We're using, surprising enough, people are using poetry on a daily basis for, emphasizing a certain point. It feels like I don't have a choice when you clearly do. If you don't have the imagination to, of making a different choice, then it's gotta be slavery then. Jesus Christ.
So, it's not obvious, but by now I think enough indoctrination and propaganda and so on has taken place, so people do regard that form of subordination to external authority as legitimate. Whether they should is another question, but the fact is they do, just as for most of history women have accepted a subordinate role as correct and proper and so on, and slaves did, and people living in, say, feudal societies. In a feudal society, people had a place, some kind of role, and quite typically the societies were stable because people regarded those structures as legitimate. The same is true of religious structures, and throughout human life, there's a whole variety of systems of authority and oppression and domination and so on, which are usually accepted as legitimate by the people subordinated to them. When they don't, you have struggles and revolutions and sometimes changes and sometimes brutality and so on. That's, as far as I understand it, anarchists are just people who take this seriously.
Okay. Yeah. It's truly sad that people said that the word anarchy scares people and the word state does not. It's like, Jesus Christ, what are you asking for? All right, another short video from Folk Pie, FOLKPIE, with 929 subscribers. All right. So a 3, almost 4-minute video. Oh, crud. Well, that was just an intro.
Throughout human history, the survival of a particular society has depended on the establishment of institutions and structures to achieve a goal or solve a problem. Forces on a society from inside or out pressure change. And if your goal is to prevent that, you would implement controls. Do this, or you may not do that. Sometimes controls were placed on the people for justifiable reasons, and sometimes not. So, we understand that structural origins have often been to keep people's complaints or outcries from affecting any real change. Because generally change is disadvantageous to the people in charge, to the people who have inherited power. Because power won't surrender itself willingly, it becomes entrenched. And like a puzzle, other bits and functions of society start to rely on it. It becomes a regrettable part of our tradition. Now, these structures and controls often outlive their usefulness.
All right. This is making a decent enough point. Well, the thing that I wanted to bring up is that, so I've got this 2D, political spectrum graph, and there is a trend. So looking at the graph, so, left to right, individual to social or collective, up, down, non-oppositional to adversarial on the bottom. So you can see that there's this left bottom, right top trajectory, right? We're going back and forth of that. No real nation is going towards the top left extreme. The top left extreme being extreme liberty and non-opposition, right? So it's a very, it's only conceptually possible to have the extreme. Obviously, there's a tendency towards liberty and a tendency towards non-opposition, but typically, if you're becoming non-oppositional, a more totalitarian, you don't want cultural diversity, you're trying to maintain power, is that you're going to become more socially collective instead of awarding individual liberties. And the only example that I ever find is a fictional story, which is talking about, and so here's me highlighting it, that though this number one representing top left is extreme liberty and non-opposition. It only might happen in a post scarcity. I did this wrong. So post scarcity and a kind of human obsolescence society. That only in the fictional story of Wall-E from Pixar, right? There's the ship called the Axiom, and everything's run essentially by robots or computers, and there is no economic scarcity anymore. Humans are not part of the labor force. Robots are doing absolutely everything. And technically, everyone is, manifesting their own individual liberties, roughly speaking. That, there is no collective anything. Everyone's pursuing consumeristic lifestyles. They got their drinks, they got their food, they're getting their hair done, they're hanging out watching movies or whatever, and people are just pursuing their own desires and not a collective anything. Also, there is non-opposition because no one's fighting anybody. The robots aren't fighting with each other. The robots aren't fighting the humans. There's no competition. There's no, any of that stuff. And my, claim for now, not an actual theory, but my claim is that this extreme can only happen in a post-scarcity when humans are no longer, required to actively participate in the supply side of the market, right? Everything's just, free essentially. And then you get the other extreme. So this is number 4. Number 4 is the, high extreme collectivism, social, non-individuality, but also adversarial. That adversarial defined as an intended system for competition, for people to, struggle, and it's awkward to explain because, again, this is not something that's normal within, human existence. It's an intentional competition, not it happens to be competitive. It's intended, designed to be competitive. And the only example that I can think of is ancient Sparta. So, there was ancient Sparta had this, essentially government or society where competition, brutal competition was designed, intended, and implemented for the sake of, the at least perceived notion of strength and military, power, where, they would kill babies, kill kids, whatever the weakest one, thrown off a cliff, that kind of stuff. That, in modern society, as soon as you collect power, you're trying to eliminate competition, eliminate opposition, no adversaries. So, on this graph, you get this trend of very little movement towards those extremes. But, we got these movements of North Korea on one end of, very little individual anything, right? Liberties, and also, zero opposition. And then this kind of movement of, other nations, China, Russia, Japan, India, Sweden, Brazil, USA, are the ones mapped out right now, where everybody's kind of moving along that diagonal direction. And then Somalia would be the example of the other end that has happened, can happen to, any of these nations, of working towards anarchy, of high individual liberty in the technical sense. Somalia has, you can start your own business and have very little interference by a central government. And with that, that kind of free market principles, it becomes very adversarial because everybody can, start their own business and compete for goods and services, resources, um, and not be interfered by a central, authority figure. So, referencing the YouTube video, it's like when it becomes collective, human nature leans towards, maintaining it, holding on to it, not explicitly, intentionally, making it competitive.
If they were ever even useful to begin with. So, we've entered modern times with a lot of baggage. So, what is anarchy? How do you explain the theory of anarchy? Anarchy puts hierarchies and power structures in a position where they must justify their continued existence to the people whose lives they affect, to whoever they might have some influence over. If the structure is unable to justify its continued existence, then it is not allowed to continue existing as an authority structure. In this way, even in the absence of a nation-state, vital structures are allowed to continue if the society democratically agrees with it, whereas non-essential ones are dismantled. Far from the negative association that anarchy unjustly receives, this isn't chaos, this is tidying up. Anarchy is a lobster realizing he's outgrown his shell, except in that case, the molted shell doesn't fight to keep constraining the lobster. Anarchists believe in organized society. In this case, organized from below, democratically. The idea of eliminating hierarchy wherever possible is frightening to people with power, because they could lose their illegitimate influence. If you are frightened about losing power, consider how essential your position to society is, and you may find it's not essential at all. Anarchy democratizes. It makes people equal. It's direct democracy, where everyone has a say in the kind of society that we live in. If you like the idea of directly electing your police, or choosing your workplace's direction in a vote with your fellow employees, where everyone has not just equality, but an equal amount of power, those are the ideals of direct democracy and anarchy. Society without a top-down state or private concentrations of tyranny. And if you can
see, that was the kind of oxymoronic, statement of like the direct democracy, if it sets up a central government to become, it's not top down. It's this, the kind of cycle, circular of, the power comes from the people to make, the masses are making the vote in order to establish a system to reinforce itself. It's not, the idea of a top down stops making sense, right? It's no longer top down anymore. If it's direct democracy that, direct democracy that a federal system exists, then is no longer, technically a centralized system. The democracy by its nature is, this democracy used in creating a, so-called federation or federal government is not top down. It's, it's bottom up, whatever you want to call it.
Consider the results of democracy to be downsides, you may want to examine the society you grew up in and question the priorities you once thought important.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. Like it's the, somehow people are staring at USA saying, it doesn't have any anarchic principles, even though started still functioning on, a lot of democratic, not left-wing democratic, just the idea of power from the masses, principles. So, what was I? Oh no, not this one. Is this the one? Fuck. Okay, so this is a video from Professor Stein, Brofessor Stein, Stein. 291,000 subscribers. Oh shit. So this is for sure, if you're looking, this is you should see this. So this is for sure the kind of mixing of like historical anarchism of like, hey, whatever, 100 years ago there was let's say the first symbol is feminist anarchism. Okay, so feminist anarchism might have been and maybe gets into it, but it's like, hey, the women's suffrage movements and first wave feminists saying, hey, we don't like the current whatever patriarchy, and that we would like to have a greater say, more democratic principles. So then the political system changed to with those movements, and then we currently have the American system that has, women's suffrage, it's X, Y, and Z examples. So it doesn't, this, political, so-called political ideology, feminist anarchism isn't about ideals in the sense of like things that still need to change. This might simply be talking about the historical thing. And then if you're going to try to bring it into the contemporary context of like, no, things still need to change. It's like, okay, well, voting wise, men's vote is the same as women's vote. And then the Electoral College doesn't care about, male versus female vote. So it's not going to be that, but it's going to be like, there's still, patriarchy and that needs to be brought down, right? Even though, again, not illegal. And there's precedents for, women to be, at least, CEOs and, like elite, free market actors. Obviously there's no precedents for presidency, as of 2026, but, it's again, like dragging, like reviving a corpse and be like, you gotta get back to work, so we'll see how this one goes. This is 12 minutes. I think we're going to have to double time this, but just quickly go over, let's see, the list through this YouTube video: feminist anarchism, green anarchism, insurrectionary anarchism, primitivism anarchism, vegan anarchism, pacifist anarchism, egoist anarchism, illegalism, naturist anarchism, queer anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism, which you talked about before, socialist anarchism, which is pretty much the same as syndicalism, mutualism, no idea, market anarchism, post-colonial anarchism, I have no idea, synthesis anarchism, cyber anarchism, anarcho-trans. There's a term for subdividing political ideas into smaller groups. Factionalism. No, there's a term. Oh, schizogenesis. Schizmogenesis. There it is. Schizmogenesis, coined by anthropologist Gregory Bateson in 1935, referred to the creation of division through a cumulative, self-reinforcing feedback loop of interaction between individuals or groups. Describes a vicious cycle where behavior escalates, leading to instability, conflict, and separation. So, yeah, that picked that up like a few months ago, of the action, the event of subdividing a group, and typically in the context of like beyond what's practical, it doesn't make sense to just keep subdividing. That, these groups probably would have done better if they stayed together, right? Of like, just call yourself anarchists or whatever, right? To say, okay, we're going to come together, we're going to agree on some principles, but not all principles. And then, we can, collectively bring our money or resources together to like push the movement along or whatever. But then schismogenesis is like, no, we're going to stay separate. We're all special. We need to act independently because we can't get along. but great term of like, you know, yeah, there practically doesn't need to be whatever 15, 16, you know, of these terms, but for, you know, we'll get into it over the 12-minute video of like why is it important to, you know, subdivide into, from very surface level, you know, some of these are like they can't really be that different from each other, you know. Like, if each one of these were given the monkey's paw, like, okay, just I'll give you what you know want, run the society however you want, and then you got whatever, you know, 15, 20 of these ideologies to run parallel to each other, you know, all independently, are they going to actually look different, you know, from a distance or up close? Like that they, whatever, like I was saying, the anarcho-syndicalism is going to act any differently than the socialist anarchism. We'll see. We'll see.
Feminist anarchism argues that patriarchy and traditional gender roles are forms of unfair control that should be replaced by free, equal relationships. Anarcho-feminists believe that fighting against patriarchy is a key part of the broader struggle against the state and capitalism. They emphasize women's independence, love based on mutual respect, and intersectionality, which means understanding how different types of oppression, like sexism, racism, and homophobia, are connected. Early adherents criticized marriage as oppressive to women because it historically lacked true consent. They also oppose the nuclear family, seeing it as the source of gender inequality, and advocate for
Wait. It seems like if you were talking about like a voluntary, consensual, everybody is equal, and if they form a nuclear family, again, voluntarily, then it's hard to argue that it's seeing it as a source of gender inequality. Again, like it's a socially constructed term of like gender inequality. So I don't know. It's like having your cake and eat it too type of like, there's no way to. Again, this is one ideology, not multiple. I didn't, you know, this is still talking about the feminist anarchism. They're saying that it's got to be voluntary and everyone's equal. But then if they actually do anything like create a family, that's no good. You can't do that.
equality and advocate for women's autonomy and economic independence. The first anarcho-feminists were pioneers in advocating for reproductive rights, sharing information about birth control despite facing legal consequences. Green anarchism is a type of environmentalism that opposes both capitalism and authoritarian control. It argues that environmental problems are closely linked to social issues, especially those caused by hierarchies and unfair power structures. Green anarchists believe that the destruction of the environment is a result of industrial capitalism's focus on endless growth and production. They advocate for reducing the scale of the economy, moving away from heavy industry, and returning to more localized, community-based living. This approach
So like it's not even following like direct democracy principles. So like you can't follow direct democracy as like the highest priority principle, and you know, like environmentalism, like, so not saying that they conflict with each other exactly, but like you can't, if people are defining environmental destruction in one way, you would have to have a consensus of what that destruction, you know, means, examples, whatever it is, and then to then say, okay, now we're going to come up with a top-down system of everybody's got to now behave in this new environmental model, but also it's anarchism of a decentralized authority. So again, it's not like actually asking for decentralization. It's just saying we want this new form to be the central figure of, you know, not entirely direct democracy, or direct democracy with limitations, so to say.
Which includes ideas like self-governing communities and that people living in a region should be closely connected to their local environment. Green anarchists also support preserving biodiversity and protecting animal rights. Insurrectionary anarchism. This is a revolutionary approach within anarchism that focuses on spontaneous, direct actions like uprisings or rebellions, rather than formal organizations such as labor unions. It favors...
Yeah. So this is what I was talking about before. Is like, is it more of a anarchism is a transition, right? Just saying, hey, here's the movement of decentralization, right? Like in the most like politically correct terms, movement of decentralization, which includes uprisings and coup d'etats and, taking guns to the Capitol and just, starting the shit on fire, right? Versus, once the transition is complete, the existing government no longer exists, is no longer, recognized or whatever, has no, it looks like, going to claim that they have a solution of like, here's the new societal system, right?
Informal small affinity groups over large structured federations and values continuous...
Never mind, I was wrong. So they're saying it's both a transitionary system and it's got to be favors and informal small affinity groups. The fuck does that mean? Small affinity groups. The hell's an affinity? Affinity, natural liking or attraction. That's what it... that's like cynicalism of the nature, liking, attraction to a person, have an affinity for something, so that it's a small affinity groups is the same as small syndicalism, syndicates. Yeah.
Conflict and attacks against perceived class enemies without compromise or negotiations. Closely linked with the Italian anarchist movement, it has been associated with high-profile assassinations and bombing campaigns by groups like the Gallianisti and the Informal Anarchist Federation. Primitive...
Yeah, that's like, we can justify violence because they were violent, that's like somehow it's not going to bite them in the ass of like, like there's the like Nelson Mandela type thinking where, yes, there could have been a violent revolution to take over the existing government, and they chose not to. So that, at least in thinking, we argue about the kind of, practicalities of it, but the insurrectionists would be like, violence is okay, and it's not going to bite them in the ass later. And a Nelson Mandela point would be like, we're trying to avoid any violence or reduction of violence, and for the sake of appealing towards, future citizens that might not have been fully supported through the government change, in South Africa, we're going to do this peacefully so that there isn't a future civil war that was justified on the grounds of, a revolution that might have included the death or violence towards, innocent citizens. And the insurrectionary anarchism be like, fuck them. It's a guilt by association. You're not with me. If you're not with me, you're against me, So, it's hard to figure out. I mean, aside from World War II would be a good example. I'm trying to think of like an insurrection that, American Revolutionary War, you could call an insurrection that obviously was violent, that didn't necessarily bite them in the ass. So I guess you can call it a success story for insurrectionists, but it's far more common that violence creates more violence. it's not like, again, not always the case, but like, it's hard to argue uh legitimacy and righteousness when innocent, truly innocent people are, hurt or killed. So
Activist anarchism, or anti-civilization anarchism, is the belief that civilization itself is the source of many social and environmental problems. Anarcho-primitivists argue that the shift from simple hunter-gatherer societies to agriculture and industrialization forced people to live in certain ways against their will, often through social pressure, laws, or authority. They also claim it brought social inequality and a disconnect from nature. They advocate for a return to simpler, non-civilized ways of life, including deindustrialization, rejecting modern technology, and abandoning large-scale organization. Most support living in small, tribal-like communities, believing that this lifestyle would be more natural and free from the alienation caused by modern society. That's why adherents propose the abolition of civilization and a return to a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Big anarchism.
The hunter-gatherer lifestyle. I mean, at least go down to like, pre-industrialization of like maybe like the 1800s or something. Like that would be one thing, but to go to like fourth world tribal standards of like hunter-gatherer in the Stone Age, that's, I don't even think, even if you did technologically force people to get to the point, how would it not just re-industrialize? And these, the primitivist anarchism is like, essentially a lot of hippie stuff, environmentalism, X, Y, and Z, but like, not that the Luddite kind of direction or, Amish style direction is not correct. It's that you can't fucking call it anarchism if you're just reestablishing a new government in that sense. And it's unless it's really going to like, fourth world tribal standards of like, technically there isn't a central, government. We're talking about potentially patriarchal tribal law of the land. So it's like, try to argue that that's anarchism. Ooh, I mean, funny enough, that's the closest thing to anarchy out of any of these. Like pure anarchy is just, going to not just pre-industrial, but pre-civilization, hunter-gatherer, migratory tribes. Ironically.
Or total liberation is a political philosophy that merges anarchism with a focus on freeing animals and the earth from oppression. It opposes all forms of human and non-human domination, such as state control, capitalism, patriarchy, racism, sexism, and discrimination against elderly or disabled people. Adherents consider all forms of oppression together and see how they are connected, using direct action to challenge and dismantle them. Earth First or the Animal and Earth Liberation Front are examples of groups associated with the movement. Pacifist anarchism. This type opts for peaceful, non-violent resistance to bring about social change. It rejects violence as a form of power that contradicts anarchist values like opposing hierarchy and dominance. Anarcho-pacifists.
Well, that's making a good point, is that like, you're trying to make this advocacy for, democratic principles of everybody acting sovereignly and autonomously, which includes non-violence, advocating for a non-coercive government, and then you're just beating the shit out of your opponents. Say, you better fucking agree to non-coercive governments. So like, at least like the Nelson Mandela type thing, it's like, at least they're staying consistent with those principles versus the insurrection anarchism would, that can perpetuate more coercive, events. At least, I don't know about government, but that would lead towards potentially more non-democratic principles. So, typically again, in, North Korea is an example of the opposite, but like typically when you beat the shit out of somebody, they don't just say, that was a good affair, that was a good shot, that was a good shot. You know what? don't hate the player, hate the game, and then they just like, that was a righteous, violence. I'm going to learn my lesson and not, come back to you in a few years. That's, in North Korea, you could pull that off, not in like most of the rest of the world. So
support non-violent revolutionary actions against capitalism and the state to create a peaceful, voluntary society. They often link their views with socialist critiques of capitalism, arguing that a peaceful, classless society is incompatible with capitalism's competitive nature, which can lead to conflict. The ideology is closely associated with Tolstoyan Christian and Buddhist anarchism. Influential thinkers include Henri Thoreau, Leo Tolstoy, and Mahatma Gandhi. The movement gained prominence in the Netherlands, Russia, the UK, and the US during World War II. Egoist anarchism. This is a philosophy based on the ideas of the 19th century German philosopher Max Stirner. It focuses on the individual above all else, arguing that people should act based on their self-interest and personal freedom, rather than following any higher cause, moral system, or societal expectations.
Yeah, so this is libertarianism. Just that's like literally libertarianism of, kind of a like minimal to non-existent government and the self-interest and personal freedoms the highest priority, and that if you interact with people, everything needs to be consensual, whatnot, and that if a government had to exist, it would only be to enforce contracts, verbal or written contracts or agreements. So
Stirner believed that concepts like the state, property rights, and society are just illusions in our minds, limiting personal freedom. He argued that the only limit on what an individual can do is their own power to achieve it, advocating for the complete liberation of the self from all forms of external control. Illegalism. This branch emerged in France, Italy, Belgium, and Switzerland in the early 1900s. It involves embracing criminal behavior as a way of life, often focusing on theft and shoplifting. Some illegalists, like Clément Duval, justified their crimes as a form of resistance and a way to inspire others to challenge the system. Others, influenced by Max Stirner's egoism, believed that illegal acts needed no moral justification and were simply a means of pursuing personal desires. They saw their actions as a rejection of societal norms and constraints. Nature is anarchy.
Okay, hold up. So
no moral justification and were simply a means of pursuing personal desires. They saw their actions.
Yeah, so like there was the kind of like George Floyd rioting, right, where there was across USA that a lot of metropolitan locations saw not just protesting but rioting, so burning shit down, burning cars down, breaking into stores, etc. And what was it? I mean, there's still, I think, California laws about like it's not technically a crime if it was under a certain dollar amount of like $200. I don't know, that might be untrue, but that there was an entire political emphasis about letting that happen because you could call it a social the balancing of a social injustice or something. These were poor people under wage slave conditions that need to equalize getting free stuff from breaking into stores, and that X, Y, and Z reasons of how it's not so bad or something. And then you cannot have laws that apply to everybody when the same people that rob the stores, and let's just hypothetically say that they eventually start their own business with a storefront, would not be advocating for them to be the recipient of rioting and looting. So it's like within political philosophy there is this idea of not necessarily should laws be equal to everybody, but the laws need to be sustainable. The mechanisms of the law need to be sustainable so that there isn't a conflict within the rules, like between the specific rules. So if you just said some people are allowed to steal, some people are not, right? Then if you set that up, and then, you know, some of the people move around, they, you know, get a job, lose a job, whatever it's going to be. And then they come later saying, hey, this action is now not legal. You know, this is a crime of looting. Then the laws, the legislation side falls apart because it cannot then be applied correctly. It would be so much simpler if it just, okay, we have a you know, kind of an Indian style caste system. All right. We're going to have, you know, elite, middle class, and lower class, roughly speaking, you know, the Brahmin, whatever. And then you're going to say, you know, certain laws are going to apply to this caste and certain laws are going to apply to this caste. And, you know, at least on the legal side, you could, you know, consider it sustainable if there's no conflict of, like, if somebody, you know, if they never move to a different caste, then they're just stuck there forever. Then, you know, the law in that sense could function, right? But it's not going to function too well if people can just like freely move up and down the caste system. And then you know, there's no like rigid status classification of like you're Brahmin or not Brahmin or whatever. And then, you know, does that law then apply if you just kind of, you know, it's fluid. So, you know, with this illegalism, it's unsustainable if, you know, the laws aren't specific. It's like some people can loot if they feel like they've been wronged by society. You know, this isn't like you need to show your tax returns in order to then be able to like loot, right? Fucking insane to think about, but like that would make it, you know, structurally possible to like, okay, if you make less than 10 grand a year, you can loot. That would be that, like, conceptually that would be possible. If you don't make less than 10 grand, you can't loot. We're, you know, call it a crime, you know. Then it's like, okay, you know, at least like politics wise, it's like, you know, sustainable, but there's no metric, then it's gonna implode immediately of, you know, people pointing, you know, guns at each other saying he didn't deserve it. This isn't righteous. You know, this is illegitimate. And then, you know, it's hell. It's chaos immediately. Like, so fucking stupid that it's even like talked about.
There's a rejection of societal norms and constraints. Naturist anarchism, emerging in the late 19th century, combines anarchism with naturist beliefs. It promotes vegetarianism, free love, nudism, hiking, and an ecological worldview. Anarcho-naturists advocate for small eco-villages and nudism as a way to reject the artificial lifestyle of modern industrial society. They focus on understanding individuals in their natural, biological, and psychological aspects, aiming to free them from societal constraints. This movement was especially popular among individualist anarchists in Spain, France, Portugal, and Cuba. Queer anarchists.
Okay, so again, this is the schismogenesis stuff of like the vegan anarchism right here. Vegan anarchism. Okay. What's the fucking difference between vegan anarchism versus naturist anarchism? I didn't get any distinction. I didn't see any differences. All right. It could have had whatever different historical context, like, oh, one was in France and one was in Spain or whatever. But like, you know, you're stamping this emblem of like, this is a thing in the contemporary sense. Even though in reality, like there's no fucking difference. Insane to like get into these, you know, ridiculous subdivisions when like it's something, it makes it look like something that's signed up for today. When it's like, no, this was a thing from, 100 years ago at this point.
This perspective seeks queer liberation and the dismantling of hierarchies such as homophobia, transmisogyny, and patriarchy. It combines anarchism with queer theory, both of which reject state structures reliant on capitalism and the nuclear family. Instead, queer anarchism supports self-determination and reordering society. It offers
libertarian principles already have this. So, this is fucking exhausting to like try to deconstruct. Like it was the same thing as the feminist one at the first thing.
Intersects with non-monogamy.
Says, oh, you can't have a nuclear family. It's actually really harmful to have a nuclear family. The queer anarchism say, oh, that's exactly our point.
Monogamous relationships and embraces radical individualism influenced by philosophers like Max Stirner. Anarcho-syndicalism. This approach focuses on using trade unions as a tool for class struggle. It aims to improve working conditions and ultimately abolish the state and capitalism through a social revolution, often via a general strike. Trade unions are central and are viewed as a model for a future post-capitalist society where workers control production and distribution.
Okay. Post-capitalist, which is not the same as like okay, so individuals are coming together. This is the system. The individuals are coming together to collectively leverage, to operate on their own, to start their own business, whatever it is, right? Let's just say a union, one of those employee-owned businesses, right? It's not a anti-capitalist position. It's that individuals are still, in the stereotype of capitalism is that individuals are acting for their own gain, right? That they are using private property, exercising private property in order to make a gain of resources, very roughly speaking. So it's not post-capitalist society that this anarcho-syndicalism would work in. It's still very capitalist. I mean, the reality is like that you're not having individuals. Like, is there the idea of an individual doesn't exist? It still makes it sound like it because they're emphasizing, this kind of decentralized, democratic principles. But like, it's that people aren't going to be like one business, let's say one employee owned business, call it, ran by a union, whatever you want to call it, is still then competing with another, one bread company is owned by the employees is competing with another bread company owned by its employees, right? So, if in the other definition of capitalism, it's like, the sense of like competition, right? So the unions are still competing against each other in order for money, resources, or anything. And again, this is not like communism in the sense that you would just have like state-owned everything, right? It's specifically not talking about that. So it's definitely not post-capitalist. It's just, people are individually leveraging, in political tribes, political, agreements, union, the individually find that it's more advantageous to do so. So I don't, this is like, these kind of like mental gymnastics is fucking ridiculous.
Control production and distribution. Anarcho-syndicalists reject political parties and parliaments, seeing them as corrupting, and instead rely on direct actions like strikes, boycotts, and sabotage to achieve their goals. They also build solidarity among workers who fight exploitation. The movement was most influential during the Spanish Revolution in 1936, where the National Confederation of Labor established an anarcho-syndicalist economy in much of Spain. Although it declined after the Spanish Civil War, it saw a revival in the late 20th century with the rise of neoliberalism and the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. Socialist anarchism. This form believes liberty and social equality are interconnected and that both must be maximized together. It focuses on the well-being of everyone, valuing each person's happiness equally, and aims to ensure equal rights to freedom and material security for all. Social anarchists call for a social revolution to dismantle capitalism and the state. They promote social cooperation through mutual aid and envision non-hierarchical forms of organization.
Yeah, this is just pipe dream horseshit stuff. Like, you know, that you're going to have, again, it's like the decentralized thing, not going to have a state, somehow not going to have hierarchies. Again, if unions, you know, one business entirely operated by employees, employee-owned businesses, are competing with other businesses with the same, you know, employee-owned whatever, that it's going to naturally create hierarchies because they're going to compete to, you know, gain more resources. So in order to not have any hierarchies, envisioning a non-hierarchical blah, 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 it would have to be like communism in the sense of like that no opportunity of competition would exist. It's not even a thing. It's just everyone working at this point involuntarily. And if you try to start your own business, you couldn't. And therefore you can have a non-hierarchical system. And that's the emphasis brought to reality.
Associations. Socialist anarchism is often contrasted with individualist anarchism, which criticizes socialism. Mutualism. This is an anarchist and anti-capitalist economic theory that supports workers controlling their workplaces and producing goods or services through cooperatives or individual artisans. It believes in a market economy but rejects profits, economic rent, or high interest rates, viewing them as exploitation of labor. Mutualists think you own something only if you actively use it. They oppose the concentration of wealth and land, aiming for an economy without large-scale capital accumulation. Mutualists also support workers managing themselves, often with the help of mutual credit systems from cooperative banks, to create a fair and decentralized society. The ideas of mutualism stem from early utopian socialists like Robert Owen and Charles Fourier and were practically explored in Josiah Warren's community experiments in the US. Market anarchism. It's a type of anarchism that supports a free market economy where all transactions are voluntary and the state has no role. It is a form of individualist anarchism and libertarian socialism, drawing from the economic ideas of mutualism that we just explained.
Yeah. That one, you know, is like, okay, I can conceptualize where, you know, we're talking about a Somalia situation where you're just, okay, you have tiny central government barely functioning. And, you know, then naturally what happens is that a free market forms to, you know, take care of goods and services and people start specializing, etc. And that, you know, you can still have, if not obviously Somalia, but like you can still have this kind of notary style government, right? A notary is just to, you know, kind of rubber stamp an agreement between two people, two organizations. It's just saying, hey, we acknowledge that this thing happened. And then if somebody breaks the contract, we're going to, you know, enforce it or something. Right. So like, that's the kind of closest example of real anarchism, is minimal, almost non-existent, you know, government. And the government is, you could conceptualize as like having some type of minimal taxation to support, even if it's going to be run by like fucking robots or something, right? You're just going to, okay, we can't trust humans to be a central government. We're just going to have a, you know, a robot, a computer to, you know, be the central system, rubber stamp agreements. And then if, you know, the contract's broken, we're going to have a computer to decide if, you know, the contract was, you know, whose fault was it within this agreement. And that, in the real question is, what do you do about that? Right. So, do you, you know, put people in prison? Do you, you know, throw them off a cliff? Do you, just do excommunication? We're going to, you know, denounce or take away your citizenship. So, you know, essentially, can't function in society. Do you kick them out? It's like, okay, we're not going to, you know, it's technically excommunication, but the emphasis is on we're going to have a border and you get, you know, launched outside so that you're not physically punished. We're just, you know, you are no longer, you know, reliable enough citizen to, you know, continue, you know, living in the space, like you can imagine that like brought to reality happening of that's the kind of scale of, you know, decentralized thing. It's like there's no you know, public library, there's no EPA, there's no Department of Education, there's not, you know, list of stuff, no social security, no welfare programs, none of that stuff. And everyone's on their own. It's a free market economy. But, you know, the only thing that the state is going to do is enforce contracts, right? Like that would be the police, the judicial system, you know, whatever. It could be run by robots, doesn't matter. But, you know, if there was going to be people involved, then, you know, you'd have like the minimal taxation system in order to just have that. And that, you know, the traditional concept of, you know, a government is, you know, brought down to it's like 1%, you know, of all the programs and functionings. So, you know, at least this one I can like be like, okay, I can see this.
And individualist anarchism. Post-colonial anarchism is an approach focused on fighting imperialism.
Fuck, I don't know what this is.
It argues that imperialism involves cultural warfare by conquerors to erase the identity of the conquered, making them easier to control. Post-colonial anarchism aims to abolish capitalism and the state while promoting and protecting the cultures, dignity, and identities of colonized peoples. But post-colonial anarchism does not aim to create a new political unit. Instead, it opposes nationalism and advocates for self-determination through an anarchist system based on local control, free federation, and mutual aid.
I have no idea what it's saying.
An organizational approach that aims to unite various anarchist groups into a single federation while respecting their differences. Developed by Russian anarchist Bolin and French anarchist Sébastien Faure, it seeks to bring together.
Wait, it said single federation? You mean I don't know, direct democracy with a federal government? Is that what it just fucking said?
Control, free federation, and mutual aid. Synthesis anarchism. This is an organizational approach that aims to unite various anarchist groups into a single federation while respecting their differences. Developed by Russian anarchist Bolin and French anarchist Sébastien Faure, it seeks to bring together communists, syndicalists, and individualists. This approach values diversity within the federation and supports a loosely organized structure to maintain.
America has this now. Now has this. You go, everyone's allowed to vote. It's stupid. It's just like the schismogenesis, just like, why separate things even further apart and not acknowledge that, you know, obviously America's not like 100% anarchist. I'm just saying, like, there are clearly principles of like, if you know, like there is a federation of federalism, everyone's can vote, you know, and then it's technically supporting multiculturalism, like, and diversity, and, you know, all of it is already happening.
The individual autonomy of its members. Cyber anarchism. This is a political ideology that emphasizes privacy, political freedom, and economic freedom through the use of cryptographic software. Adherents focus on ensuring confidentiality and security of online communications by using encryption to maintain anonymity and protect against government mass surveillance. The core principles include encrypted exchanges for total anonymity, freedom of speech, and unrestricted trade. Anarcho-transhumanism. This side focuses on both social and physical freedom. It defines freedom as the ability to enhance one's experience of the world. Anarcho-transhumanists use methods like computer hacking, 3D printing, and biohacking to advance their goals. The philosophy is influenced by individualist or egoist anarchism and addresses issues like bodily autonomy, disability, gender, queer theory, and sexuality while criticizing prejudice or patriarchal structures. Adherents challenge anarcho-primitivism because they believe modern technology can enhance human abilities and improve society, while anarcho-primitivists reject technology. They also criticize.
It's like a word salad where it's just like you just throw a bunch of words in and go, ha, 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 I got something, and it's like I can't. None of it. You couldn't come up with a set of rules, cultural norms, principles that would like can be brought to reality. Like, none of this works.
Anarchist forms of transhumanism, such as democratic or libertarian types, for preserving state structures.
If you can do this, I'm you know, challenging. If you can pull off any of these goddamn things, right? Go anarcho-transhumanism, and you go, I'm going to tell you what it looks like. I will watch that video. I don't care if it's 10 hours long. I'm going to watch that video. It's going to be sped up, but there's not going to be a lot of content. We're going to go triple speed. If you could pull this off, I'll listen to the whole thing. What does it look like? What would it be like? Literally, not poetically, not figuratively, not, oh, you know, everyone can manifest their goals or whatever. I'm talking literally, what would it look like? You go, place him. They're the global, regional, federal, national, neighborhood watch, the fucking, household, anything. They're completely in charge. Take those shitty principles and go, this is what it's going to look like. I dare you not, it's never going to happen. No one's ever going to, with all the technology that we have in the world, never going to be like, literally, this is what it would be like. This is what it would be like to walk down, a supposed street, the supposed city, supposed anything. And, what would we see, right?
Transhumanism also opposes capitalism, believing that it leads to a bad future when combined with transhumanism. Instead, it supports equal access to advanced technologies for personal freedom and exploring space. Subscribe for more videos, hit that like button to support us, and check out our channel for more explanations of other ideologies.
Oh, no, I'm not. We're going to skip these. These are fucking going on. All right, what is this? Independent YouTube channel, Independent Institute, 87,000 subscribers. Videos called "What Anarchy Really Means." I like handpicked these. I just went to YouTube, says explain anarchy or whatever, and then I looked at the top 20, 30 YouTube videos, and okay, this one seems decent. This one seems decent. Not too long. Some of these are an hour long. There's no way. Yeah, I'm skipping that. I don't care what it is. All right. So this is, okay, it doesn't have the name of the person. All right. So what anarchy really means by the Independent Institute.
Say the word anarchy, a lot of people, what first pops into their head is disorder and chaos. Maybe they think of G8 protesters throwing rocks at the Starbucks window or whatever, and we're rioting in the streets and this sort of thing. But the word anarchy doesn't signify any of that etymologically, right? It's just the negative making prefix with the word for archon, ruler. So just as the word monarchy means we should have one ruler, the word anarchy means you should have 0 rulers. But there's nothing in that means there'd be chaos, disorder. That's what many people think it means, which is why it's a hard sell. But one of the things that I'm trying to do in the book is explain why it doesn't have to mean that. And it's a conceptual mistake to assume that it has to mean that.
So your position would technically be labeled anarchism, but anarchism means what it actually means rather than this public misperception of anarchism.
Yes, although I'm really cautious about labels, right?
Yeah, I noticed that.
If I lead with, hey, I'm an anarchist, people may assume wrongly that I'm in favor of stuff that I'm not in favor of, and then we're not even having a conversation because they've prejudged the situation. So in the book, it takes me lots and lots of time to get around to
explain
what I'm doing. And when I'm having a real conversation with another person, I tend not to lead with the label at all, but just talk about, well, what is it that you think we have to have in society? And that sort of thing.
So somebody asked me off the street, so is Scoble an anarchist? My answer would be no, because I know what they mean by the question. But if someone trained in political philosophy asking, I would say, well, yes, in a particular sort of way.
Yes, I think that's the best answer.
So Ian Scoble's not in favor of tearing down buildings, but changing our ideas. Basically, that's what it comes down to.
That's correct.
Yeah, so rehashing again, without rulers, right? So it's already inferring or explicitly saying it can't be an individual, a human being in charge, that it can't even be a system, right? A law of rule of law in the kind of simplest sense is just saying the laws, the system would be the highest authority, not necessarily a person, right? So that democracy can create this rule of laws, rule of systems, rule of nationalism, rule of a federation, rule of something, right? And these guys are, kind of going the kind of philosophy 101, political philosophy 101 topics of no, it could be something different. It's if you don't have a ruler, then you can correctly enough call it chaos, right? If there's no rules, no rulers. So, Somalia be that's a real reduction in rulers. And, are there laws? Not really, if nobody enforces it, right? Nobody's acknowledging it. You don't have people that trust in the system. So, these are fucking easy topics. 724 views, not much. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's do a few more. No, these are, God damn it. Did I already do this one? I did do this one. Okay, so that one's already done. 2 minutes. Okay, so this is some Philo Notes, Philo Notes, YouTube channel, 205,000 subscribers. Looks like one of those like AI slop ones, but we'll see how it goes. The YouTube channels or YouTube videos called "What is Anarchy?"
What is anarchy?
It's one of those like text to speech, like robot voices with somebody who probably doesn't speak 100% English.
Broadly construed, anarchy means that there is no superior.
This is the fake hand, right? So you can get software that pretends to be writing, and clearly this is just digital text, not handwritten text. So it's you know, there was this labor intensive, literally drawing a piece of paper or a whiteboard, and then it's like, okay, this is what it looks like. And then those are, you know, it looked really nice. You know, there's an actual artist, and you know, they do probably like this comic style. And then this is the knockoff version of that. It was already low budget. Somebody drawing on a whiteboard, and we go, that's too expensive. We got to have a fake hand drawing digital font. All right, just pay attention. You know, this is as low budget as you can get it.
Power within a system that would be able to enforce rules. In other words, anarchy is a situation in which a government either does not exist or has no authority or control over the people. Hence, the philosophy of anarchism suggests that societies can survive and thrive only when operating under alternatives to traditional government rule. It is important to note that while often misused in describing a state of violent lawlessness, chaos, and social collapse, anarchy is synonymous with concepts such as freedom, liberty, independence, and self-government. In theory, anarchism envisions a peaceful, kinder, and more equitable society. The term anarchy comes from the ancient Greek word anarchos, which means without rulers. As used today in political science and the area of international relations, anarchy can refer to the reduction or total absence of conventional government rule. It can also refer to any country or community that is temporarily or permanently under no system of governmental control. For example, when Black Lives Matter movement protesters took control of areas of Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington, in the summer of 2020, President Donald Trump declared the cities to be in a state of anarchy and dispatched federal law enforcement agents to restore order. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has classified acts of violence in the pursuit of anarchy to be a form of domestic terrorism. In reality, however, anarchy describes a peaceful utopian society in which the best aspects of communism and classical liberalism are combined to produce what sociologist and author Cindy Milstein has called a free society of free individuals.
Yeah, this, you know, AI slop, pretty much. I'm surprised they got 205,000 subscribers. That's crazy. This video has almost 40,000 views. You guys are fucking ridiculous. Like, they took like a copy and paste, like a Wikipedia entry. So typically, like, there's pretty common. So you take copy and paste some whatever political philosophy textbook or the Wikipedia article. Then you put it into text to speech to get the, you know, the talking part. And then there's a software where it's not even looking like hand drawn. It's just the hand movement to make it look like, you know, this is like an organic a presentation, right? But it's just a computer generated, like, oh, it's, you know, drawing, and obviously it's not, you know, following the pen stroke movements of the letters. So this whole thing probably took like, I don't know, 5 minutes to make. Like if a human was even involved, you know, this is like, again, like clanker slop. Fucking absurd. All right. So here, we gotta skip all these videos. I think we've covered enough to like really fleshed out what's the, you know, there's a historical aspect. There's the kind of, you know, definitional semantic differentiating of what anarchism has been, is been, will been, you know, will be, kind of its uses. And then obviously, like, one of them is it's not meant as the goal, it's just the movement, right? So like insurrectionists, insurrectionists or whatever, right? It's not necessarily really pushing for here's the goal, but here's us removing the existing centralized power and what it takes to do so, right? Power to the people, letting people loot, letting people riot. Violence in various contexts is not just, allowed, but encouraged for some groups, not all groups, but there's the pacifist anarchists that would, say, hey, we got to do this non-violently. And, it's talking about, I don't even think the pacifists would say that, the end goal is the pacifist part. I think it's the transitionary aspect of like, when the transition happens, it should be done with nonviolence or it's going to perpetuate future violence. And it seems more righteous. They would probably say it seems more righteous to, have this transition, a revolution without violence, because that's upholding the principles, the core principles of, self, autonomy, etc. So, Google AI, once this is put in, anarchism as a transitionary idea instead of a societal ideal. That's what I put into Google, right? Anarchism. So Google is saying anarchism, when viewed as a transitional idea rather than a static utopian goal, functions as an ongoing process of dismantling hierarchical authority and fostering self-organization, blah, 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 like we talked about, right? So it's, taking a central thing and trying to decentralize it. It's a movement in that sense. And funny enough that it reminded me of antitrust laws. So if you don't know, within a free market system, that if you have a business and then you make enough money, right, you can offer to buy your competitors, right? Let's say you have a bread business, right? Bread making business, and you sell bread. That's your thing. Eventually, if you make enough money, you can offer to buy your, opponents, your adversaries, your competition, so that there's less competition in the field. So that if they had a factory, you're going to buy that factory and then you're going to rebrand it so that, both the factories are now producing your, bread, right? And then the idea is that, if you eliminate your competition, you can increase your prices, because competition typically brings down prices, right? If everyone's making bread, you're probably not making that much profit. But if you're, maybe, the few people in the society making bread, that probably most likely will be highly sought after, and then you can raise your prices. So at least in America, again, people fucking complain about America as being like this tyrannical whatever place. It has antitrust systems. So antitrust is this idea of intentionally breaking up large companies or preventing, a company from getting larger, on the principle saying that, if monopolies defined as, having zero competition or very little competition is, at least America is defined, is associated with being, not good, roughly speaking, that, we want competitions to happen, intentionally adversarial system to happen. So here's the quick, Google definition. Antitrust laws promote economic competition and protect consumers by preventing monopolies, price fixing, and anti-competitive mergers. So, this was and still is, a big thing within America, is that, again, that's one of the main reasons that I put America on the bottom left of this spectrum of like going towards strong individual liberty and adversarialism, not to the extreme of Somalia, but it's going in that direction because America has those systems intended, designed, implemented, exercised to be adversarial, right? And that parts of anarchism, and so, relating to anarchism, parts of anarchism is not talking about not having any type of, central pyramidal economic or political structure. They're just asking for what they, what they perceive as more fair, right? That if the monopolies are being political monopolies, to make that analogy, a political monopoly is being formed that prevents other, ideas or politicians or political parties to be formed, right? They just rig the system so that make it fucking impossible, like a China situation. And North Korea pretends to be Democrats. China and Russia would be good examples of not adversarial systems, right? Is that when there are political opponents, they either get killed or they kind of disappear, right? So that, the anarchists are advocating for like everybody should be able to contribute more, to have a greater say into how society functions, roughly speaking, right? So that it follows, similar antitrust stuff about like not concentrating so much power towards few people or organizations, but distributing the power, right? Anarchists would advocate for through the, democratic principles. But so, again, funny enough that the people complaining about America says, oh my God, it's so fascist and tyrannical. And it's like, well, there's systems to make sure that it's not a complete, hegemonic, singular power, single political party system like China has, intended, designed to be anybody can write their own name into the ballot, the next presidential election. And, obviously it's most likely not going to do much, but it's still possible. And then if you convince enough people that you could be an actual contender to be the next American president, like that's, in North Korea, that would be fucking insane to think about. In China, even, not worse, but it'd be very difficult to pull that off. That you most likely get assassinated if you try to do that in China. North Korea is not even an option, but that at least in America, it's a thing, right? That technically everybody can contribute in that sense. The realities of obviously not everybody can be the president. So, interesting enough. So there's these, movies that I think this V for Vendetta probably did the most, story wise, it's fine. It's an interesting, story. I think it's contributed the most potentially to, the kind of, the popularity of anarchism, the whatever, even the schismogenesis of like the 15, 20 different, of anarchist groups or ideologies. V for Vendetta was like making the idea of toppling the government, so-called tyrannical government, to be, popular. And then of course, like, didn't do much to be like, what do we then end up with once, the society collapses? So, same thing. Anarchism functions as a movement towards decentralization. Already talked about that. Definition of a state, definition of a syndicate, schismogenesis, affinity. Okay. So, if you haven't gotten enough like nuggets of like, of wisdom, federal and federation and federalism are all right in that same idea about it's a collective of, individual governments, individual structures, roughly speaking. So, a federation is a political entity, a country formed by a union of partially self-governing states, provinces, or regions. Federalism is the underlying guiding principle, ideology, or system of government that divides power between the central authority and the constituent units. Put simply, federation is the structure while federalism is the philosophy. So, if you needed like, well, why do we call it the highest level of American politics as federal entities, federal whatever? That's the reasoning. It's the formation of the United States in the first place that created the term. And of course, like I said before, the term states kind of gotten wishy-washy of like, state in the political philosophy sense is the government. It is, the individual autonomous, entities, not the equivalent of like a province or a county or, a chunk of a nation. It's, the United States is in its very name, United States. So, little like American history lesson. I'm not saying you should like be a hoorah, flag waving American. I'm just saying like that was an intention by the founding fathers. Here was the thinking, and that, this, the all the shit that we just talked about with anarchism, not the actual term anarchy, but at least the principles, right, of the various, kind of self-governance and all that kind of stuff was already baked into the founding of USA, right? So, it's not correct to just call America as like a, single party fascist dictatorship, totalitarianism, when you've got places like Texas, for however many years at this point saying, oh, we're going to secede. We're going to break it off. We don't like this whole federation stuff. We're going to run our own shit. It's like, well, you wouldn't be able to pull that off if it was a, totalitarian monarchical dictatorship. You can't just say, see you guys. You're on your own. California, same thing. I think California said that a few times. Like they could just, they're the biggest, highest GDP in America, and they could branch off, to secede from the USA and financially do fine, and then like someplace like Alabama is going to be completely fucked if they try to secede. So, all right. So we're gonna, try to wrap this up. Talk about anarchy and its principles. Funny enough, for however many hours we've been at this, trying to bring it back to the questions that I started with, right? The metric for what the fuck does anarchy look like? How does it behave? We, went over a bunch of this shit, and there was a lot of aspirational, like, oh, everyone's gonna be equal or something to that extent. So, what does it look like to bring it to reality of like being the fly on the wall of this, anarchy system, right? Again, they are, the thought experiment is that they're completely in charge, no opposition. Everyone's, saying this is what we want. This is what we want to implement. Everyone's on board, at least for the beginning of the thought experiment. And then we're going to stress test it. Like, okay, let's get people that are deviating a little bit, how would that be handled? So the first question is, what are the decision-making mechanisms and cultural norms being formed and perpetuated? So, funny enough, like it makes a great emphasis about decision making, but like some of it was talking about direct democracy, which is not the same as consensus. Consensus means that everyone is in agreement. Fucking help if I can't spell, but consensus refers to a general agreement, collective opinion, or harmony among a group, often indicating a shared sentiment or in decision making, a process where no one strongly disagrees. So in a group setting about decision making, consensus means not one person disagrees. If you actually use the term, hey, we got to reach a consensus, that means no disagreement, right? So what does it look like? What are the decision-making mechanisms, cultural norms being formed and perpetuated? So part of anarchism saying no re-centralization, right? That is some parts of it saying, you know what, just, you know, we took down the central thing and we're going to strongly encourage decentralization, right? So does it mean to the extent of the most decentralized would be either no government of any type, right? No collective anything, no communal, no sharing, no required sharing, nothing, right? We're talking fourth world standards, right? So first world being, you know, America, Europe, parts of Europe, South Korea, Japan, you know, a few other nations, right? Then second world is like China, Russia, Brazil, Mexico, you know, Eastern European nations, etc. Third world being, you know, good big chunks of Africa, some, you know, Indonesian area nations, right? And barely functioning infrastructure, water's filthy, you know, food is not consistent, politics is chaos every day, and, you know, a defunct Somalia would be, you know, I would say third world nation. Not that there aren't rich people, not that there aren't any resources. It's just that it's so dysfunctional. It's, you know, the standard of living is on average very poor for the average person. And then fourth world is this kind of this, you know, amorphous type thing, but like you could say hunter-gatherer tribes, you know, migratory tribes, something really small where there is zero like public infrastructure, you know, they're like Amazonian tribes, where, you know, there's not running water, there's no clean water, you know, people are just drinking out of the river or something, or rainwater. We're talking about like, you know, some Mongolian tribes, etc. So, you know, is anarchism, and obviously got referenced in, you know, the previous examples of like such a deindustrialization, right, of no mechanical anything, no robots, no cars, no, you know, factories, no nothing, that it gets down to the hunter-gatherer level resources, technology, right? You're going to call that anarchism. So that decisions are being made, you know, at a very small scale, right? Where there might be, you know, a billion tribes, different tribes, but then that's going to be the smallest unit of decision making is within one tribe. So like that's like at least conceptually possible. You're just seeing like, you know, a group of whatever 50, group of 100 making their own decisions and having their own hierarchies and higher, you know, inequality, etc. But that's going to be, you know, the I perceived or claimed goal of decentralized anarchism. The other one is more of like direct democracy, where you can have one, again, this is the hypothetical thought experiment, one government that's, you know, doesn't have any opposition, one super government, global government, and that everybody can vote into that system, direct democracy, right? That, you've got billions of people direct democracying into said centralized enough system. Like that's conceptually, like mathematically possible. It's just in reality, like, that's like the closest version of like most of these anarchist groups, right? Not the tribal one, but like the rest of them, that they're saying like, everyone should have the right to vote. And, the monkey's paw, we're just going to give it to them, right? Let's just say, okay, what does it look like? Give them exactly what they've asked for. So the idea is that whatever, what's the current population? Like 7.5 billion people. World population, 8 billion. Okay, so we're at 8 point something billion people. And then we're going to try to practice direct democracy. So what would that look like? You can't get even a few million people into one location to make any type of decision, right? And we're talking direct democracy, not representative democracy, direct democracy of every aspect of society that will have rules will then be managed by everybody, right? So first off, you're not going to be able to get 8 billion people into one location. Can't be done, right? Like you get the biggest megaphone, biggest speaker system, some sort of like mecca, trip that would have to happen every day, every week, so that everyone's at the same location, so that everyone can contribute. Can't be done. That, even if miraculously, just magically, just, okay, we're going to take 8 billion people, put them into one location, that you couldn't come up with an infrastructure to even keep that going. Like the assembly to even make that happen would, the food, the housing, again, we're talking decisions making every day, multiple times a day on various topics, who gets to eat what and how much, who gets to live where, and, for how much time, like however many, infinite decisions that exist. We're just going to say it can be addressed, can be addressed. And then 8 billion people are going to, make decisions. The logistics can't be done. Let's just say got them together is done. So there's a system of, of within America of the system of how that communication of the decision-making is called. So there's Robert's rule of law. And, if you get into political philosophy at all, rule of order. Okay. So they go, order. It's Robert's rule of order. Okay. Robert's Rule of Order is the standard guide for conducting efficient democratic meetings, focusing on fairness, orderly debate, and majority rule while protecting minority rights. Key principles include discussing one topic at a time, recognizing speakers, requiring a second for motions to ensure productive, fair decision-making. So this is not the system for direct democracy. Direct democracy can just have zero debate, right? So, if you're trying to be efficient, you could say 8 billion people are going to try to have a debate, and then If they can reach a consensus, great, right? 8 billion people reaching a consensus, zero disagreements, right? Zero. Great. And then, if direct democracy works, then it could just be, again, this like serpentine, like labyrinthian task of like even trying to do direct democracy, get everybody to vote. You would need somebody to come up with one question, right? A yes or no, are we going to do this? Are we not going to do this type of question? And so it would need consensus voting to even get that one question, the first one to be ruled. So I don't know, even if it was like a pulling a piece of paper out of a hat, right? You're just going to, giant hat, everyone's going to pitch in what the first topic is going to be. Okay, we're just, again, we're trying to make this happen. This is the most generous interpretation of trying to make this work, right? I'm not trying to fuck this up. I'm trying to make it work. So giant hat, everybody puts in the slip of paper of like, here's going to be the first topic. And then, we're just going to somehow randomly going to, pull these slips out so that, it seems fair what the first topic and second topic and third topic is going to be. Again, this is just going to continually happen for every decision because that's direct democracy. So they pull a thing out, makes asks his question, yes or no. And then, that everyone's going to then somehow, some way vote, right? It's going to be a hand system, and somebody's going to have to count all the hands. 8 billion people. You're going to have to count all the hands, or, so everyone's going to write a slip of paper saying yes on this topic, no on this topic. Okay. And then, goes into another collection bin, and then someone's going to have to count. And then, it'd be great if just a robot did it to optimize it, but then you have to decide, who or what is going to collect the votes to make sure that the numbers are correct, right? 8 billion slips. And, there's not going to be a recount, there's not going to be corruption, assuming that all of it's swimmingly, everyone's just honest, and, there's no incentive to gain the system, to throw in an extra few slips, and there's not going to be an incentive to do any of that, right? Everyone's being honest, good faith effort. And then, somebody gets the collection, somebody then tabulates it, says, okay, on this first topic, it's good, the yays have it and the nays don't, right? And then society needs to then implement that decision, right? That would be, so I was talking about before, if the consensus is possible, great, everybody just moves on. That, you don't need to vote if it's a consensus, right? Is you just start, kind of Robert's Rule of Order, I think it has the same thing, is that, the one of the first questions is there anybody who opposes it? And if it goes no, then you just, okay, then the law or whatever rule gets, implemented, right? It's now order. So if there is no consensus, then anarchism kind of starts falling apart, right? As its core principles of like, everybody's, able to contribute, et cetera, et cetera. And then the slip of paper thing is when we go for direct democracy, because, the ideal is consensus. And then the backup plan is, voting. Like, voting is not the goal, right? The first priority. So, you have, let's say we're trying to make this work, right? So, okay, fine. 8 billion people all come together. And that, if everybody's in agreement, a super monoculture, right? There can't be, by definition, by its very nature, there can't be multiculturalism if you're going to go for a consensus model, right? There can't be any diversity of any topic if you're going for consensus. You know, that's the highest principles of anarchism is, you know, respecting people's like whatever decisions, roughly speaking. So, okay, eventually that's going to give out because there's no way you're going to get consensus with 8 billion people, especially if you're still advocating for multiculturalism. The next would be direct democracy. So that, again, everyone, you know, puts their vote in, and then you can't make, you know, you count out the votes, you go, you know, 51% versus 49. And then that, you know, the nays, you know, the people who lost have to then respect what the majority ruling is. So that's kind of like a concession that, you know, anarchism has to make. It's like, okay, fine, we're not going to get consensus with 8 billion people. You know, if it was like 100 people, we might have been getting consensus, but of 8 billion, there's no way, right? Unless everybody's absolutely exactly the same. So we take a vote, and then, you know, with life, all of society would have to be within proximity. Like you can't have, you know, like 4 billion people on one side of the planet and 4 billion people on the other side of the planet if you're going to try to have one single assembly for this, you know, anarchic direct democracy system, right? You know, you could still advocate, okay, you know, direct democracy still supports the idea that everybody gets to contribute. It just you know, it's a system though that has to have losers. Okay, fine. You know, that, so, you know, in order for it to be a single assembly that, you know, you couldn't have like that, like, you know, I don't know, the whole thing happens in, you know, like Iowa or something like technically you could probably fit 8 billion people within Iowa. You couldn't have, you know, a collective space with enough megaphones and speakers and headphones or whatever you're going to fucking come up with to make it happen without the initial system requiring a consensus or something that is agreed upon. Like, who, you know, where do you meet up? You know, are we going to speak the same language? You know, you got 8 billion people. It's going to be mandatory to everyone to speak the same language, or you're going to be repeating the meeting in 50 different languages. Like that's, you know, insane to think about. So, okay, fine. Trying to make it work. Most likely it's going to be, you know, not everybody going to the same location. Right. The 8 billion people all showing up in Iowa going, okay, we're all going to speak English. And, you know, we can't live too far apart because we're going to continually have these meetings over and over and over if it's going to be direct democracy. Even consensus or direct democracy, both of them. You know, everybody would have to be living in, you know, the same location in order to continually have these meetings for every little decision that needs to be made. Okay, fine. Rest of the world, unpopulated, everybody living in Iowa. Great. Most likely, though, people are going to say, you know what, I can't live in Iowa. We got to live, you know, in any other place, right? So you're going to have what? The least amount of technology is everybody going to one location. An absurd amount of technology would be required if everyone was living in different parts of the world. So you say, okay, everyone's got their own chunk of the world, 8 billion people, and you're going to have a Zoom meeting, a WebEx meeting, a teleconference meeting, and that, you know, again, still everybody speaking the same language. That you can't get past that one. There's going to be one language, practically speaking, and then you're going to have some sort of Robert's Rule of Order in order to say who's going to, you know, if there's going to be a debate or discussion, who's going to speak first, who's going to speak second, because it doesn't fucking make sense if everyone's talking at the same time, 8 billion people all at the same time going, rah, 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 rah. Not going to make any sense, right? Anarchists wouldn't even agree to that. So, trying to make this work. 8 billion people all on a Zoom meeting. Everyone would have to have computers or smartphones or something, right? Microphones and speakers. It doesn't have to be video, but so at least microphones and speakers so that everyone is able to contribute and everybody can listen to the conversation. Okay. So more computer power than has ever existed to make a Zoom conference, a WebEx meeting with 8 billion people. Never been done before. And I looked this up. I did a lot of preparation for this discussion, but you would have to have like a quantum computer that currently does not exist in order to make this happen, right? Okay, so let's just say quantum computer exists, and then everybody everywhere has equivalent of a smartphone that they can all contribute to the political discussion, right? Everybody's able to contribute. Okay, how the fuck Robert's Rule of Order or some equivalent of it, something similar, right? Where you have a rule of order, a standard guide for conducting efficient democratic meetings focusing on fairness, orderly debate, and a majority rule while protecting the minority rights. At best, if you've ever held a meeting of any scale where it's not a presentation, you're having a meeting, is a round table, if you want to, poetically come up with it, you come up with a round table with everybody being able to contribute, not just listen, but to actually contribute. I've only seen meetings where it's a few hundred, right? So if you follow the like C-SPAN kind of of the federal Senate, House of Representatives, etc., that at best it's a few hundred before it's just a complete shit show, right? Anarchists are saying we can do it with way more than a few hundred. That direct democracy, zero representatives, right? We haven't even got to that point. We're setting that aside. Okay, we're going to do it with direct democracy. 8 billion people. So the way that Robert's Rule of Order works is that you need someone who's managing or orchestrating the whole thing, right? The Speaker of the House, right? Somebody, all their entire job, they might be able to vote. I'm pretty sure they can vote, but for the most part, their entire job is making sure that the political process is following these Robert's Rule of Order, right? So say, this person from, Iowa is now allowed to speak. Everybody listen, right? Okay, now it's the next person's turn. This person from Michigan is now able to speak. Everybody else listen, right? And it goes, okay, you've been talking too long. All right, now we got to cut you off. All right, you've had your, you had your fair share. Everybody gets, and we're talking about 8 billion people, so it's like everyone's going to get like, 2 seconds to make their point, because we would literally run out if everybody wanted to contribute. Those are anarchic principles. We're trying to make it work. Okay. Let's say 8 billion people. No, 8 billion times 5 seconds equals how much time? Okay, so 8 billion people, each talking for 5 fucking seconds. Only 5 seconds equals 40 billion seconds, which is approximately 1,267 years. 1,267 years for every person of an 8 billion population to talk for 5 fucking seconds. All right. That's fair. In direct democracy, anarchist principles, that's fair. Give everybody gets the same amount, and we go 5 seconds. You probably can make your point. You go, who should eat? Who should not eat? And you go, I should eat second. I should eat third. I should eat fourth. I should eat this much. All right. In 5 seconds, that's your turn. And it's going to take 1,000 years to make this happen. So unless anarchists are going to say that there needs to be a mass genocide, likes of which we've never seen ever, of like, we need to get the population down to 50,000 people. We go, that's the biggest genocide ever since the killing of the dinosaurs. We're going to see it with people. Unless they advocate for a massive, massive depopulation, trying to make direct democracy work, because everybody fairly gets a say. Never going to fucking happen, because it takes 1,000 years to get over one topic. Okay. So conclusion, not possible. Try to make it work. Can't be done. Okay. Now we can talk about representative democracy, because ultimately that's what's going to happen. They go, we're going to start with, the anarchists took down the government, the Capitol explodes, everything's on fucking fire, right? And then they go, all right, we're going to form our own collective, whatever, unanimous, democratic, blah, blah, blah government, a state of our own. And, we need to get we're not going to kill off mass genocide. We're not going to mass genocide, 7.9 billion people to make this happen. It goes, we advocate for human rights. We're going to kill 7 billion people. Okay. They're not going to do that. Fine. So representative democracy. We go, okay, there's 8 billion people. We're going to try to have assemblies. We're going to have these meetings so that everybody gets to contribute, but we gotta get this group size smaller, the political group size smaller, the round table to be smaller. Okay. So that, again, like a group of people, now it's going to be representatives that realistically get it down to less than 1,000. That's still a very high number for a meeting. That's a crazy number for a meeting. But now we're like getting into like the realm of possibility, right? Like, getting a little bit closer. You go from 8 billion, get the group political size to be the essentially the legislation, right? To be less than 1,000. You go somehow, some way, again, we're just doing a lot of hand waving. Somehow, some way, we're going to divvy up 8 billion people into sections, right? And just for the sake of perceived fairness, we're going to, slice up the, what is it? Not the electoral, there's a name for, not gerrymandering is the negative, district. Gerrymandering is the negative, situation of like rigged line drawing. So just as a quick tangent, gerrymandering is a deliberate manipulation of electoral district boundaries to give one political party or group an unfair advantage, typically by packing opposition voters into fewer districts or cracking them across many. Blah, blah, blah. Short term is like, for our context, like let's say 8 billion people, the density of locations is going to, not be consistent, right? It'd be one thing if we could just have everybody have the, same density. It's like, whatever, every person gets, a square mile or something. That would probably, roughly speak, be close enough to distributing for the entire landmass world. Not going to happen. So, whatever line drawing happens for this, again, anarchist direct democracy or representative democracy, we're going away from direct, is that technically everybody is going to be able to vote for their own representative, but not a particular topic, not a particular issue, not who gets to eat, how much to eat, where to live, all that kind of stuff. They're going to send a representative to make it more efficient, right? So, and ideally less than 1,000. So, you take 8 billion people, somehow, some way, divvy it up so that it's down to 1,000-ish, less than 1,000 representatives, right? Again, hand waving, we're just going to make it work. Let's just say it does work out, right? So naturally, there's going to be now competition between interest groups, one way or another. Unless, again, if everybody was the same, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But if there's going to be any disagreement, which there will be, especially in multiculturalism, then there has to be these systems to take care of any, to make it efficient to have any kind of decision making. So, you get, let's say, 1,000 people, and now they can essentially practice Robert's Rule of Order, right? With 1,000 people, you could probably get one speaker that's going to orchestrate the whole thing. You go, okay, the number 50 representative, number 212 representative. You can go systemize. Okay, just pick. Everyone talks, and that the representatives then themselves vote, right? And the democracy in that sense, representative democracy in that sense, is that before it was 8 billion people voting, and now you can get it down to less than 1,000, and then now you can theoretically have these 1,000 people WebEx conference or meeting in the same place to make that political event happen, the decision-making event happen. But then, if there's a majority, 51 versus 49, then the 49, percent representatives also, are representing 49% of the population, and the 49, whatever, 4 billion something, roughly 4 billion-ish people would also have to respect that decision, whatever that decision was. And then, that in theory can work. Anarchism, again, went from centralization to decentralize it in order to then re-centralize it. Like, once you have that kind of representative democracy, that is a centralizing force. And that, those 1,000 representatives are going to be important, in that sense, is that they're going to be extra protection than the standard, one person out of the 8 billion, citizen body, and that a hierarchy will naturally happen. You can poetically call it whatever you fucking want, but literally, that's naturally a hierarchy is made of, if a representative dies for whatever reason, that's a lot of problems for the people that they just represented, right? But if one person dies out of the 8 billion people, within one, area, whatever you want to call it, that's not going to upset the political order. So, they made such an emphasis on like not having hierarchies, but it will happen. Like naturally, just went full circle, left it, and came right back to it. So, the other aspect of the like, again, we're back to we're still in the first question. So like, how are people going to make the decisions? Great. What happens if there's disagreements or dissonance? Majority rules. Direct democracy would have been like, or consensus decision making, saying, there can't be any disagreements. They're just going to keep talking. 8 billion people are just going to keep talking until there's no disagreements. That would be the pipe dream for that level of, decentralized anarchist, right? And then I go, practically not going to happen. Okay, now we got the representative majority rules, and then, or direct democracy majority rules, representative democracy majority rules. That's what happens to disagreements. Right. So, do the laws support victims? That's an interesting question. So, would you have a system, anarchy would have a system where it's like somebody can bring up a issue of not, this is complicated because it's like, would there still be private ownership? Most likely, yes. That unless it goes hard communism, which is then re-centralizing it, the decentralizes the emphasis of private ownership. So if somebody steals or perceived to be steal, or there was a miscommunication of stealing, you still need a judicial force to then hash it out to see what happens. So I think I think there would still be this kind of judicial system to correct wrongs of the recent past victims. And then what happens if then you created a new coercive government? So anarchists were like, we can't have a coercive government. It can't be a coercive government. And then he just went full circle and goes, we just made our own coercive system. It's like you went to, if it's not consensus, if it's going to be majority rule, therefore there's going to be losers in some way or another, losers. So then, you open up the Pandora's box of like, okay, if there's going to be losers that don't get what they want, they're going to call whatever is happening to them coercive. It's like, I didn't agree to this. It's like, well, you played the game of, well, this is what we're calling fair, is representative democracy, majority rules. And so you have to respect the game. And you go, I don't respect, this decision making. I didn't like it. It's like, okay, what happens to those people where this is, I disagree with what was, I don't respect the decisions of the representatives. Anarchists don't really have an answer to that. It says, okay, if there's crimes, you went full circle and reinvented crimes, right? Somebody stole, judicial system kicks in saying, hey, this is a crime. Anarchists would be like, well, either kick them out of the world, launch them into space. We are the government. We are the system for this world. And you committed a crime under our definitions, and you do not want to comply with the system. And so you get launched into space with a giant catapult or a rocket. Goes, some of the anarchic principles are not being upheld, this kind of non-coercive government. Can you come up with any example that's not going to be interpreted as coercive for the losers, the political, economic losers of this situation? Can't think of anything. Excommunication thing. You know what? You're just not going to talk to you anymore. You are on your own, right? It's like technically they're within society, but we can't talk to them anymore. Don't interact. Don't do trade. Don't do anything. It's like war of attrition. That just starve them to death, and then technically it's not coercive. We just let them die. Didn't feed them. Didn't trade with them. You know, they tried to start their own homestead, but didn't have access to any other resources. They had to make their own tools. Went to fourth world standards of rummaging through trash and occupying land or living in land that's not theirs anymore. Like, it's not even conceptually possible at that point. But some of the other options: solitary confinement, execution, excommunication, financial and social stigma. Like, in China, there's the sesame credit system, where it's like it's not necessarily a coercive government in that particular aspect. They just drop your score to the point that you don't have access to trains and loans, and can't go to certain schools or whatnot. That's kind of like a semantic mental gymnastics for like not being coercive. It's like technically they weren't violent, right? They didn't shoot, they didn't kill, they didn't threaten violence against an individual. They just have zero access to anything useful. Is that coercive? Is that not? Technically, no. Technically following the definition. So excommunication is essentially that of that sesame credit system. And social stigma, they just put your face on a billboard, says this guy, man, he's a piece of shit. It's like, it's technically not violence. Do you feel bad? Sure, but is that coercion? Not really. So what's the next question? The concept of self-sovereignty, an adult. What's the prerequisites for a contract? And what's the idea behind being held accountable for historical agreements? At least in America, it's okay. You got to be 18 to do X, Y, and Z things, but you got to be 21 to drink. But if you're drinking with your parents, you can be 16 to, 20, and it's allowed. There's all these kind of loopholes and this, kind of beating around the bush for this concept of adulthood. But okay, anarchists would say, this wasn't directly addressed with any of the videos, but like, they didn't have a definition, because I think it just defaults to even a baby is self-sovereign, autonomous. The concept of adulthood it doesn't exist. It's universal. Everybody's a citizen. Everybody can consent. Everybody can go into contracts, go into verbal written agreements, can be held accountable. I'd be curious, if there was a anarchist that responds to that. It's like, oh no, you gotta, we should wait until they're 25. It's like, okay, well, that's gonna be rough, because there wouldn't be parents in an anarchist society. We talked about like the generational issue. It's like, are you responsible for kids as a parent? There's no such thing as parents. There's no guardians. It's just everybody's on their own. And a baby can go into a contract. Like, of course that's not going to work. And what would you have as a system if you're going to have some standards, right? Before, it's zero standards. Everybody's universally accepted as a self-sovereign citizen. You go, anarchists would be like, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. Okay. Like, what does it look like? Is it an age thing? You go, okay, fine. 18, up until 18, you're not a fully sovereign citizen, and that you have to follow, your biological parents, not a guardian, not, it's got to be your biological parents. And that once you turn 18, just like in America, you can, that's your, adulthood, rite of passage, right? Just make it till 18. That's your rite of passage. No actual qualifiers, no testing, no nothing, just age, right? And the anarchists would be like, no, they'd probably argue that's not gonna fly. They'd say, oh, as soon as they're sapient, right? Not just self-aware, not just experiencing life or the environment, or as a sentient person, but sapient, so that they self-reflect. So they maybe a 2-year-old, not sapient, but like a 9-year-old is, aware of their own being relative to, like, a baby's not aware of their own being. So as soon as that happens, it's not an age thing. Just as soon as it happens, they are now sovereign citizens. Like, anarchists would probably agree to that point. He goes, that sounds right. Yeah. So obviously there's huge issues with that, but we got to move on. We got to keep going. Okay. Let's just say we made it work. That's the standard. As soon as they're self-aware and they speak the one universal language, whatever it's going to be, doesn't have to be English, but let's just say, okay, figured out with a global language. Once they figure that one out and they're self-aware, they can then, fully conceptualize consequences and actions and accountability, and be held accountable for verbal or written agreements. Okay, we've figured out the answer. There it is. Okay, moving on. Okay, so let's see. I reorganized this. No, we're gonna add that to later. Okay. Okay, we just said how language exists. We're just going to say it's going to have to be one global language. Everybody can have their own individual, unique, accents and dialects and, secondary, tertiary languages, but there's going to have to be one global language, because it doesn't fucking work. This is the difficult part. You go, everybody should have the right, to self-identify and practice, blah, 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 blah. And then you go, contracts don't make sense if people don't speak the same language, right? Like, you can't argue that point. It doesn't make sense. So having a legalese, a business language, right now, for the most part, American English is a great business language around the world. Go to any part of the world, on average, that if you have English instead of, German, you're probably going to have more economic opportunities because more people speak English versus German. All right. So, in addition to having one language, it's also a unchanging language. Right. So that you can't have legalese that was, coined, stamped, everybody agreed upon at one point, and then by next year, everybody's speaking or, making contracts and agreements in a different language, right? That doesn't fucking make sense. It has to be the same. Either every time, you have to certify, stamp that this is going to be the new business language. That's fine. But you can't go, hey, I was, here's the contract that I signed yesterday, right? But now I speak a different language. So I should not be held accountable for the contract that I signed yesterday because technically I speak a different language today. So I can't be held responsible, right, for yesterday's contract. That's not fair. That's not fair. And you go, yeah, okay, we can't have a society, work that way. It's too insane of like, it's a social construct to have a language, and then it's a social construct again to change language. So you just say, hey, I can't be held responsible anymore because I speak a different language now. It no longer applies to me. That you can't have a functioning society because that could happen on a day-to-day, minute-by-minute basis. So, moving on. The economy, how does it flow? I think for the most part, like, anarchists are going back and forth. We saw that it was like, they made such an emphasis on individual decision making. That's the highest principle. They should be maximizing their, the life pursuit of happiness, blah, blah, blah. And then they're trying to like wiggle in communism or communalism or sharing collective ownership, the syndicalism with the, unions and all that kind of stuff. It's like, here, you can't have both. You can't have the highest principle. Like, that's a real conflict. You can't have the highest principle being an individual has the right to own and exercise, private ownership. And the group has the right to interject in individual ownership. You can't keep both those principles. And I think anarchists would default towards a more decentralized, like if you're following the rhetoric, you got to go more decentralized, which the individual is as decentralized as you can get. So if you had to pick one for an anarchist, it's going to be individual ownership and individual, property rights and all that kind of stuff, because they could continually point at, this group and says, you're being oppressive, right? You go, I thought we had anarchist decentralization principles. I should be able to do with my, personal possessions as I see fit. Right. And they go, you know what? You have a good point. We did say that, didn't we? We kind of fucked up. We were kind of, we were taking away the big central figures, the federal system. And then, we went towards decentralization, and then we're kind of fucking up by re-entering centralized economies, right? That you would have collective ownership, or, the unions would have control over the bit, a small group would own a business or whatever. So yeah, it would go towards private individual ownership. So it would still essentially have free market principles. It defaults to free market principles. And then my question, if markets, what about monopolies and antitrust and the idea of the few elite that create innovation and order? I think the antitrust, kind of mechanisms of United States would be kind of copied, so that there'd be this emphasis on more decentralization. Even though, like, if you're the bread company that just buys up all the other bread companies, following individual private ownership principles that would allow monopolies to be formed, the anarchists would say, hey, you can't do this. You can't buy up all the bread factories and control every means of production, the wheat and the farms and the machinery. Like, there's vertical monopolies and there's horizontal monopolies. If you don't know anything about economics, horizontal monopolies is that you're eliminating competition. Here's your bread company versus another bread company, and you're going to buy them out, buy their store, so that they don't no longer have, that store location, right? It's now your store location. A vertical monopoly is like, the bread company, they own the farm that the wheat is grown on. They own the production, the turning it into flour, and then they own obviously the store. And then, they're trying to reduce the cost by owning every process along the way. The farm, the fertilizer, the, production plant, the bakery, the storefront, whatever. They're just trying to, monopolize in that sense. So yeah, I think anarchists, even though they would have, it's not a government, like you just own a bread corporation or whatever, that I think they would still lean towards like, hey, you can't do this. Like we kind of wanted intentional competition, even though, again, anti-capitalist. Okay. It's like, we kind of like it, we kind of like the competition. You can't have, all these mega monopolies. Interesting enough. So let's see, anarchists, humans okay. So if humans are not obsolete in the economy, what's the incentive to work harder, if at all? So that's like talking about, just this kind of criticism of social systems or, welfare programs. It's like, if we're talking about anarchism and it's this, private ownership, individual agents, right? Autonomies, are they allowed to fail? Right? Like that's welfare conversation 101. Like, okay, you have people that are less productive than others. Everyone's allowed to exercise it, but if they don't exercise, their skills, what happens to them? Do you let them starve? It's like, well, on anarchic principles, you don't intervene, right? It says, the individual is sovereign, they're autonomous, that they choose to not, make bread or have skills. Let them starve, let them die. Like that's anarchic principle. You don't have to intervene. That's not a requirement. And if as soon as you intervene, that's no longer following those principles, right? So there is an incentive then to work harder, because if you work hard, then, you're not guaranteed success of resource success, but at least, if you don't work at all, you're guaranteed to starve. So, that's the incentive, is to work harder. And then there's a, like I said before, if markets, the problem of exponential popularity in that businesses and labor locations are not linear, but it's exponential, so that the x-axis is popularity and y-axis is wealth. Is that the issue with free markets, is that it's not linear of, there's this curve going up where the bread shop owner that, cranks out unknown, unpopular bread, is probably making zero sales. And then, eventually, if they become more and more popular, they're at like 0.0000000, then maybe one unit of wealth. And then it's an exponential increase of like, they become, more popular, and that it explodes in wealth. And that's how free markets work. It's not evenly distributed. There's a sense of competition. There's a sense of once you find reliable, let's say, bread, you're likely to go shopping at the same place over and over, that you think it's good bread, and that you're not going to like intentionally buy all the potential bread options just so that, it's like fair or something like that. The popular one might just be the cheapest one, but that's not how free markets operate. So you're naturally having this kind of monopolizing forces where the bigger, more productive bread maker is going to crank out, 1,000,000 times more bread than the, least popular bread maker. And that's the whole antitrust system, is that, okay, there's these monopolizing forces where all the wealth is going towards, the most popular, and that antitrust would be like trying to suppress it. It's like, okay, you can't, if you're the big shot, you can't buy the second big shot that would just, make you too big from, subjectively too big. So, I think anarchists would at least agree to that. Market industrialization versus environmental protection. That's another it's kind of like this issue with monopolizing forces. Like there's the popularity wealth issue of like the incentive is to milk the environment as much as possible. That might still require sustainable practices, like, growing trees. You can't just plow down all the trees. You actually have to regrow trees in order to keep it going long term. But there are short-term mistakes where you just says, okay, we're going to cut down all the trees. And then eventually there's no more fucking trees. And you go, shit, we should have kept some of the seeds, right? Did anybody keep any of the seeds? No. We're fucked. So to what extent are you going to limit any interaction because of a higher cause that's not necessarily fulfilling the individual, like self-sovereignty principles, right? The person's now, again, defaulted towards free market, defaulted towards the kind of individual autonomous decision-making in the free market setup. To then what extent do you go, okay, once they start shitting up river, and then, out of their convenience, but then there's, people that need clean water down the river, how much are we going to have, the kind of an EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, to say, hey, you can't just be shitting up river. Okay. We're going to make that illegal. We can't do that. You got to share the water. So either you're sending down clean water, or we're going to, you're not going to be getting any water. You're going to be arrested. Right. So anarchist principles, again, we're just going into this, like, this feedback, this circular kind of issue of like, you left a centralized system in order to just recreate it, of like the EPA, the environmental anarcho-environmentalists or whatever are saying that, of like, are you going to re-centralize the system in order to enforce those principles so that, everybody can have access to clean water and, have trees or something? It's like, okay, well, if you were a true anarchist that says the highest principles are that the individual's, decision-making should be respected, then letting the people shit up river is just the consequences. That's the accepted cost. He says, that's how the cards came out. And, you're, shit out of luck if you're downriver, right? You should have worked harder. You should clean the water. That's your problem, not mine, right? No collective, kind of efforts being made in that kind of structure. So I don't think the anarchists have a good answer for that one. Organizational too big to fail. Too big to fail is a big concept from like the 2008 housing crisis. I mean, it's been a concept forever, but like, that's the most like recent example of the 2008 housing crisis in the United States that affected the whole world. That the banks were too big to fail. It's like the banks gave out subprime mortgages, blah blah blah. If you don't know the story, go look it up. It's just subprime mortgages in 2008. If that's all you Google, that's, that'll give you started. But so they lost a bunch of money, and eventually they became so big that if they completely failed, that there would be perceived negative consequences that would last years and years and years of, if the banks failed, entire businesses would collapse, entire neighborhoods would be destroyed. People they would have no access to money, and et cetera, et cetera. So federal government essentially bailed them out. And this is just like really, really like boiling it down, to essential moments. They didn't allow the banks to completely fail. Some of them were kind of punished. Some of them were given loans to make sure that they were, kept going. But the real simplified outcome is the federal government didn't allow the banks to completely, close. So within this anarchic system, like, do you let free markets do its thing? Do you let organizations, businesses fail completely, right? Or do you say, because for the collective good, we're going to save certain industries and let other industries fail completely? If someone was saying, hey, industrialization is happening and all these, horse transportation, systems that were in place, businesses that were based on horse transportation, industrialization's coming in saying, hey, cars are going to replace horses. Do you let the horse industry fall apart? Are you going to intentionally save them, pump money into the horse, businesses to keep them afloat? It's like, that's a huge decision to make. That's going to upset a bunch of people. If, you're just artificially propping up businesses that don't actually have to exist. Arguably, do they have to exist? So, I think anarchists would have to say, okay, well, we went towards decentralization, so let the free market do its thing. Even if people collectively said, hey, this would have been better off if we saved these individual businesses, this is, that's, them's the rules, right? Let them fail. They're not saying they have to die or, get injured. It's a business, so I think they would lead towards that direction. Freedom of association, self-determination, liberalism. Anarchy supports freedom of association, self-determination, liberalism to a certain extent. It's the same issues as like left-wing politics now. It's like they're being very picky about, who gets to have all the rights. They're willing to take away rights if you're associated with unwanted, if you're, let's say self-proclaimed Nazi, you go into the town, says, I'm a Nazi. And then, you then practice freedom of speech. You stand on the soapbox and then you go, X, Y, Z Nazi values. There's going to be like left-wing people like, oh, this is very upsetting. I don't like it. This is dangerous. Can't the police get involved? You go, it's to what extent are you going to let people talk and speak? And then the classic, the stereotype is the soapbox at the town square. It's like, okay, to what extent are you going to let them? They're not beating over the head with when they're doing like these protests. They're just so they've got loud megaphones saying, okay, this is what I believe in, and this is everyone should come to my side. That's on anarchic principles, like allowed, right? Advocated and allowed is that people are exercising free speech, and that they're not coercing people to join their side. They're trying to convince them through a consensus model to, join their perspective. So, funny enough, you got the anarchists that are complaining. It's like, no, that's too violent. Can't do that. Can't let these people talk because it's harmful for society, but they're finding this kind of manipulative, not following true anarchic principles, but using anarchy as a rhetorical tool to like poke at the federal government or whatever, and then to rebuild their own system. So It's you got to be really careful with this stuff. Freedom of opposition, controversial, antagonistic, negative speech and thought. Yeah, in the consensus kind of free democracy, that type of stuff, they should allow it. That controversial, antagonistic, so-called negative speech or thought is allowed. That should be advocated to, make sure that it's not infringed upon, and that you get people that are like, well, this is emotional harassment and damage, and this is like they're like the professional victim floppers. It's like, oh, this hurts more, like I'm emotionally in turmoil. Like you're gonna you can't have a functioning society if everyone's just like finding emotional damage. This is I'm having a hard time sleeping. It's like it's only a one-sided like tool. Like you can't have every side using that same tool saying, well, your honor, this is this my opposition was emotionally damaging to me and I feel very hurt. He goes, okay, well, at a certain point there's two people pointing at it, so saying, there's emotional damage, and then no one's physically hurt. So like there's no like solution. You can't get past that. There's no like you try to prove like, oh, I got really lost money, I've lost sleep, I feel sick, all this type of stuff. It's like you can't have a society, even an anarchic society, operate that way. There's no end to it. He goes, okay, well, at a certain point, he's just going to have to, toughen up because, we need to move on with our lives, just forever being wronged on an emotional level of, so-called hateful speech is going to get absolutely nowhere. So like, if you get nothing, like the founding fathers had a point. Right? He goes like, oh, they're all pieces of shit, fucking patriarchs or whatever. Like they had a decent enough idea of like freedom of speech for everybody. And that, you'd be able to talk about a certain thing, and that, just claiming that it's emotional damage should not actually stop free speech. Like they had a good point. Give them a little credit, right? We can talk about the whole like women's rights stuff. That's okay. That's a whole different discussion. But at least that point of like, freedom of association, self-determination, that kind of liberalism, like, you get into this like North Korea situation where it's like either you have a hardcore totalitarian dictatorship where it says, okay, you can't have freedom of speech. You say anything wrong, we're going to fucking kill you, right? And the anarchists will be like, no, it's not fair. Okay, well, you got to pick either one extreme or the other. It's like hard restrictions or almost no restrictions. Because if you try to do something in between, then it gets into this wishy-washy, like, oh, you can talk about certain things, but you can't talk about others. Like, okay, who fucking decides? Well, this causes me emotional damage. Well, you caused me emotional damage. And it goes back and forth. Like, okay, there is no solution if it's this middle ground area. Hate speech, that fucking ridiculous concept, that, it's so unproductive that it's insane to think that people actually, think it's a useful topic. Like, well, no, we should make sure that there isn't hate speech. It's like, even in the most generous, olive branch kind of conversations, rhetorical gymnastics in order to make it sound peaceful, you could just say, that sounds like hate speech. Because the intention is a dog whistle. It's the coded for this. And then, I feel hurt. You can't talk anymore. Actually, you got to take them to jail. You got to take them to prison forever. It's like, okay, well, that didn't fucking work as a political system. So moving on. How does the debate and dialogue occur instead of monologue speech and blind compliance? So how does within anarchy debate and dialogue occur? Like I said, it's going to have to be representative democracy in a centralized system, because decentralized can't work. It's impossible. Again, would have to kill off a lot of people to make that, direct democracy completely work. So majority rules, blind compliance, not everyone's going to be following the representative democracy events, and we don't do it now. No one's watching C-SPAN all the time. I don't even think C-SPAN is watching C-SPAN all the time. I'm pretty sure as they just go push the button, people walk away, get a donut, whatever, and they come back. Oh, look, speech is done. All right. There's no way. Do hierarchies and ranks exist? Yes. Full circle, and from at least the representative democracies ends the kind of, big shot businesses that would be formed under anarchy would still create hierarchies. And they said specifically, we don't like hierarchies. It's like, well, you're going to have to do some like semantic mental gymnastics to make that not a thing, because it's technically not a hierarchy because we're not, the elites are not oppressing the masses. When you have a representative democracy, it's like, okay, well, it's still a hierarchy. That's the crazy thing, is you get into these like double speak, like the, racism and oppression and hierarchies. It's like, it already is rigged so that if the lower classes, lower ranks, whatever it's going to be, are not being empowered, you go, that's oppressive. You go, what? No, it's not. You go, oh, look, the outcome. Look, it's the outcome. It's not the intentions, the outcome. Look. You go, oh, fuck. Like, there's no way to escape that. It's a rigged game. It says racism is about, not the belief and advocacy that there is a race or an ethno group or whatever. It's whatever. If a group of people are not getting, a race of people are not getting empowered, that's racism. It's like, okay, well, that's already rigged. You already have to make sure that they're going to win, or it's automatically going to be considered racism. It's like, that's not, we started with something else and now you turn it into, this doublespeak stuff. Completely rigged. And then, yeah, there's no end to that, any of that either. Questions. Reproduction, anarchists have no answer. Zero. You go, fuck, we can't have babies anymore. We can be fucking, but no, kids, no babies, because that would be an unconsented, entity brought into existence. And then even if it miraculously hand waving, they can, spiritually consent, right? From zero, the age of 0 until age of at least 2, for 2 whole years, they're going to be coerced, oppressed, no choice, no autonomy, no sovereignty, no freedom of speech, no freedom of association, nothing. We got slaves. For 2 years. And then as soon as they become sapient, they're a citizen, zero answers. Anarchism, if you take it to its extreme, it only lasts for 1 generation, and then, fucking allowed, no reproduction, 0. You go, hey, you had a good run. 1 generation. Great. All right. The minimum standard and age to consent for sexual activity. Right. Like, you can't, like, it's a system that can't work. You go, okay, we're going to say 18 and not 18, you're going to truly, are you going to say like, oh, a 3-year-old's going to be able to consent for sex? Fuck no. You go, until they're spiritually ready. Like, what kind of horse shit do you have to come up with to make that work? it's people are advocating. It's like, well, people brains aren't formed until they're 25. We're going to say fucking age of consent is 25. Let's see how that goes. You go, no fucking until 25. Okay. Well, that's going to be rough for a lot of people. Zero fucking, not like, Romeo and Juliet laws. Zero fucking. Like, you still need, the kind of like intermediary, like adulthood or steps. Like, you got to come up with something to make that work. Of like, the 25 thing is insane to think about. Of like, for men, that would be, you could pull that off. For women, they're going from peak fertility age, and then, of like whatever, 18, give or take, 16 to 20 something is the peak. And then you're going to set them behind so that they have to wait until 25. And then they're already past the peak fertility, which again, still able to like reproduce if there was even a thing. Reproduction, again, can't be a thing in anarchism, but okay, let's just hand wave. Okay, make it a thing. Then, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse once you get past 25 of fertility, windows. So like, that the hardcore anarchists would be like, as soon as they're born, they're able to consent. Hey, what's wrong? And then they go, okay, fine. Like what, 10, 12, that's sapient, right? Self-aware, can make decisions. You can talk to them, speak English. Like, okay, you can get into verbal and written agreements. Goes, oh, they don't know shit. They're making terrible decisions at 12. They're not even, hit puberty, and they're going to be able to consent. It's like, that's, I think in parts of the world, I think it's like some parts, there's no real minimum. I think it's like 12 maybe in some places. So even if you try to reproduce with a 12-year-old, it's not going to work out too well. So I say, okay, 16 to 18. Like, okay, are you making it an age thing, or are you making a mental, sapient qualifier? Because if you're retarded, Prader-Willi, Down syndrome, severe retardation, doesn't, like, it's still, at least in America, it's illegal. Doesn't matter the age, it's interesting where we talk about like equality and all that kind of stuff, but then like we'll intentionally make it unequal, so that, there are different classes, intended, designed, implemented, exercise, different classes, when it comes to like sexual relations. And of course, just general, like if you have Prader-Willi, I don't think you're allowed to vote. Can you? Let me see. Prader-Willi. So if you don't know, Prader-Willi is like, genetic issue that causes people to not be able to have the highest level, average level of intelligence. For like forever. It's not like a temporary thing. So Prader-Willi syndrome, allowed to vote. Yeah, let's see what Google says. Oh, Google doesn't want to. That's when you're getting into controversial stuff, is when Google doesn't want to answer questions. You ask it a basic question, not even like a sexual thing. It's just, it won't, it's too controversial. Let's see. My goodness. What does voting with a disability, accessibility accommodations, more tips. Oh, I don't think it's going to answer. That is fascinating. pretty weirdly is not a sexual thing. It's just a mental, like, limitations. Like the person's, it could be like 30 years old, but mentally they're going to be like 8, 9, like forever. So Google says it's too controversial. Okay. Well, that's an interesting topic, because anarchism would be like, don't put limitations. Everyone should be allowed to vote. Right. Wow. That is weird. Okay. So again, anarchism hasn't answered anything about like sexual consent, none of that stuff. It's going to fucking scratch its head and go, we don't really have an answer. It's either going to one extreme of like, zero, like no limitations, or they're going to come up with an arbitrary one that, like most people would agree towards, of like, okay, 18 or whatever. But that technically you created a class system, you created hierarchies, you created all the things that you said you didn't want, and you go full circle, came right back to it of like, that's the answer. It's going to have to be a class-based society. So, let's see. There's some stuff about romance. So anarchism, there's a separation between conceptualized romantic aspirations versus behavioral observation. People are making judgment calls from a distance, even with people that would have gotten along with if given the opportunity to interact. The problem of self-pedestalization. Anarchism doesn't really address this. So there's a problem with like, people put themselves on a pedestal and they go, yeah, going through a dating app is like, nope, 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 nope. And then, it's a secondary or tertiary problem, not a primary, kind of macro political problem. But, if everybody placed themselves on a pedestal, that's on anarchic principles, fine. And if it leads to reduction in reproduction rates, which again already has a problem, but will continue to have a problem if everybody doesn't give anybody else a chance for the sake towards reproduction, then that's going to be a problem that hasn't been solved. Okay. So let's see. Second generation problem, a huge second generation problem with anarchic societies. Reproduction's an issue. Education is an issue. Respecting people's ability to form their own language is a problem. You're going to have to force a centralized language system in order for everybody to agree on anarchic principles. So they are SOL, shit out of luck. Okay, let's see. Keep going. Competitive, hierarchical, human nature. So there's a human nature aspect of being competitive or hierarchical, right? Status seeking, social, whatever competition. Anarchists go full circle. They go, we didn't like competition, and then following kind of free market principles, libertarian principles, we're back right at competition and having naturally formed hierarchies under the new anarchic system. Doesn't really fucking work. Inverse, no, it doesn't. It still has issues with IQ. Anarchy. So there's a human nature point about like human nature for most people is that everyone's problem solving. That they will continually find concepts and topics and then to try to make it efficient, make it go away, but then we also, humans have the problem of when you start running out of problems, we'll make new ones. So, anarchy hasn't solved anything in that regard of like, tried to leave hierarchies and then, created new ones, essentially. Like it's doesn't really solve anything, honestly. Pedagogy, no, doesn't do anything with education. Actually worse, much worse with education. You go, we can't teach babies because that would be oppressive. We can't force them to learn English or any language, or, how to wipe their ass, how to, do any, those are oppressive. You can't do that because that's infringing on their sovereignty. Right. Hierarchies naturally forming through status. People are competitive. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. None of these. You could look at these and, you can pause and look at these, but none of these are being addressed through anarchism. Okay. So let's see. Minimum viable population for anarchists. Doesn't really solve that. It's actually much worse. If you could have picked almost any other religion or ideology, sorry, you could have picked almost any other ideology and it would have a better chance of a minimum viable population. It couldn't be worse by picking anarchism because the reproduction issue, huge reproduction issue, environmental uninhabitability and resource depletion. That's, monopolies conform, monopolies collapse. They could, they would have to go against self-autonomy principles of somebody running their own business the way that they see fit. And everything is consensual and contracts and written agreements being made. And the anarchists would eventually have to go through antitrust measures or some other thing to make them smaller, so to say. So EPA stuff, environmental protection would have to be cracked down in practice, but in principle, it would be allowed to. Just following basic principles. If there's deforestation, there's deforestation. And then, the land is either worthless or it's going to cause a dust bowl type situation. And on principle, that would be allowed. Obviously the anarchists that are talking about environmentalism or advocating for environmentalism is a oxymoronic, situation, a paradox in of itself that somehow hand waving makes it work, right? But there's a conflict of principles because the environment itself would not be counted as a citizen to prioritize in any sense. So reproduction, genetic strength, no answer for that. Weapons of mass destruction. I don't know what the kind of self-defense principles are for anarchists. If they would say that self-defense is allowed. You go, somebody's, on a bunch of drugs, they go a little nuts, start swinging an axe, and then anarchists would probably advocate for self-preservation, except for the pacifists. There's the pacifist says no violence at all. It's the same issues that America is already dealing with. It's like, to what extent can you self-defend, right? Viral disease prevention and defense, nothing. CDC can't be involved. If you're letting people do whatever they want, and it's consensual, and it's written verbal agreements. If a HIV gets passed along, that just happens. There's no mechanism to slow it down, stop it, or anything. Automation that replaces all of human activity, so human obsolescence. Anarchism, aside from the kind of Luddite reverse, the deindustrialization, just saying, hey, we got to go back to fourth world standards. That's the only group that can prevent human obsolescence. Pretty much all of the rest of them can't do anything. They'll just, it's letting people do what they want. And if they find that it's more efficient to have robots do everything, then, you could argue it's providing more freedoms for people, a type of freedom for people. So let's do the shit. None of this rest of the stuff is not important. You know, anarchists can't answer pretty much any of these. You know, if you want to make a video saying, hey, we can do this, we can answer it, just give us a chance. Okay, fine. Make your whatever 10-hour video. I'll listen to watch the whole fucking thing and see if you have any answers for disease prevention, disease reduction, disease anything, fertility rates, food resource supply chains. That's not going to be a centralized system. Like, how are you going to do that? Agriculture, a sense of worth, you know, the pure psychology side. You know, would you have, you know, mandatory anything for happiness, or, you know, you just let people die if they felt like dying? Like, what's the solution there? Cultural norms. I guess you really have that. Romance. I mean, just let them do it. Let it, you know, no age of consent, I guess, you know, no requirements. Like, either have him or don't have him. You can't have both. Like 18, 1, 0, 2. Well, like, you know, mental qualifications, nothing. You get, you know, as soon as you come up with the system, it's centralized. You go, okay, we got to reinforce it. Who's going to reinforce it? Okay, we're going to have police. We're going to have, you know, a judicial system. Like, yeah, it's all full circle stuff. Infrastructure, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That's it. That's going to be the end of the video. Hopefully, you know, that was a lot of stuff. This was whatever, 5 fucking hours, 10 fucking hours. I don't know how long it's been at. So, if you have any questions, just ask. You know, if you've got some sort of amazing epiphany saying, you know what, I solved all the problems through anarchy. Great. I'll watch the video. You know, message. Yeah, I guess you just leave a comment in this video, and then obviously I'll get the message. So, you know, next one, the next few videos is just going to be the YouTube React stuff, because this video today was, you know, this was a bunch of research in the background. You didn't see it. All the stuff that I talked about, like, hey, I already researched this stuff, you know, that was weeks ago at this point. So it takes a bit of time to, like, at least, like, conceptually figure out how to explain this. So again, if you got zero, you know, nothing out of this, you know, anarchism emphasizes this whole decentralization, and, you know, people should have more freedoms, individual freedoms. And then in practice, you know, they're going to do either, it's going to be a hard anarchy of like zero government, no collective anything, you know, Mad Max style anarchy, where it's just, you know, feudal systems operating autonomously, right? Of like no one single world order, not even nationwide, order. We're talking like tribal, you know, orders, and then everyone's acting in their own regard. And if somebody's oppressing others, well, it's, you know, that's part of the tribe's rules, or, you know, there's not going to be a central authority to regulate it. And typically it's, you know, not going to go that route, but it's going to go the other route of re-centralizing a bunch of departments and agencies and, you know, organizations that they took apart in order to just make themselves the figurehead of that system. And, you know, direct democracy doesn't fucking work. Representative democracy makes more sense. It would take forever if everybody all contributed, you know, for every goddamn topic. And, you know, if you missed it, there was, even in just one topic, 8 billion people was only allowed, each person allowed to talk for 5 seconds, right? That's for one topic. That's it. That's all they can contribute. It would take at least 1,000 years to get through 8 billion people. So anybody advocating for direct democracy, it's fucking retarded. All right. All right. See you guys next time.